some more folks will be spilling in because we're just hitting the 12 o'clock mark. I hope everyone is recharged and refreshed and rejuvenated and revitalized after participating in our spiritual Sunday ceremony and opening. Uh, so many things that we've covered, so many things to cover. So excited that we've been able to cover them. And, let's not waste any time before we get into the next set of activities that we have for the day, closing us out on this wonderful Sunday. Friday, we came in. Saturday, we came in. Friday and Saturday, what have we done? We've spoken to those elected officials. We've spoken to academics. We've spoken to community organizers. We've spoken to those that are in economics. We've given regional reports. We've given commission reports. We've spoken to the youth. We've been energized by the youth. We've had music we played. We've done quite a lot of things that I'm sure on the back end, we've sent a lot of emails and done a lot of connecting and done a lot of reorganizing and restructuring and shaping for all the things that we're ready for in this beautiful future. So today we have two things that are going to happen at the same time. One of those things is a reparations dialogue where we will have some interactive discussion. We'll go over a good amount of things, everything that you want to talk about with reparations. What does reparations look like? Why is reparations necessary? Where are reparations necessary? How do they need to be apportioned to individuals? Equity versus equality. So many things that we're going to discuss in our reparations dialogue. The second is that we're going to have our membership meeting where we conduct our elections. So everyone who is currently a member, you should have an email sent to you with the link to where we were going to have that discussion. Per our bylaws, members that have been within NCOBRA for 45 days prior to this weekend have all been sent that email and are able to participate in the electoral process. So please check your emails and use that link. So that afterwards you can return to our webinar. Then what we'd like to do is discuss some of the business that is still pending, that is still there, and share with all of the members that will be coming back some of the things that we talked about and went over and discussed in our reparations dialogue. So for all of our current members, please look through your emails, check your email addresses, and jump into that link so that you can begin membership. All right, so let's do a little review. How do we feel about these last 2 days? How do we feel about the things that have been mentioned? Are there some specific things that we would have liked to talk about that we didn't get a chance to? Are there some specific questions that we had of panelists that we feel like we can ask each other so that we can get some clarity on what forms reparations could take or should take, or how we can be better organized in the community? All of the things that were not able to be spoken to or spoken about during these 2 days. Let's take this first hour, or this first 45 minutes, to just simply discuss and review. We had Sheila Jackson Lee speak. We had Judge Mathis speak. We've had academics speak. We've had organizers speak. We've had young people speak. We've had our co-chairs speak. We've had commissions speak. We've had regional representatives speak, and those that have played a vital role in organizing politically, organizing in the media. So many different individuals have said so many different things about the work that they're doing, particularly with reparations. My question to us, if we can jump into the Q&A, is what things were not discussed? What things did you want to speak to? What questions did you have? What concerns did you have? What comments did you want to make? What contributions did you want to make to the last 2 days that we've experienced together? What were those things? How did you feel when you heard some folks speak? What vitalized you? What energized you? What made you question and sit back and say, you know what, I hadn't really thought about that. Let me give that a little more time. What are the things that have been brewing in your mind since the time that we've been together? And what we're going to do for our attendees is give you all the opportunity to jump in and speak. So right now we have Ralph. Ralph, are you here? Brother Ralph Galen. Let's see. Unmute yourself. And who else do we have in the queue? Brother Ralph. Well, I assume Brother Ralph. I'm asking you to unmute if you can, so that you are able to share. Okay. And please feel free to type your questions, answers, just comments in the Q&A or directly into your chat room feature. Okay, Linda, that's great. That's great. How chapters are formed and how we can get support from national to build new chapters. What I would like to do is I would like to, if you would like to form a chapter, the best way, in my opinion, to form a new chapter is to email us at, you know what I'll do is I'll give you my NCOBRA email address for the Philadelphia chapter so that you can be further informed and engaged at a more personal level. Because while that information can be provided to you directly via our online, sometimes it's better to actually be able to speak to someone and be in contact with someone. Okay. All right, all right. All right, so when we began to speak to some of the work that needs to be done in the House, we know we have HR 40 and we have its supporting bills and resolutions that we spoke to. How many folks are particularly registered to vote, number one, so that when it is time for us to actually go to the polls and begin to share, share our thoughts and opinions and make our voices heard? Are we ready and prepared, capable, willing, and able to do that? And for all of our members, you should have received an email in order for you to enter our membership meeting where you can participate in NCOBRA business. Many of us have received a link to that. I believe that a few of us have jumped over into that Zoom link so that we can have that conversation in regard to our membership meeting, elections, and a few other things. And so please check your email addresses, as you should have received that Zoom link so that you can have that conversation among our members. There are 5 members, by the way, that need to be established in order for you to form a chapter, just so that you know. So obviously that goes hand in hand with organizing your community, having 4 individuals that you feel like are solid reparationists to join you in establishing the chapter, and you submit your information in order for your chapter to be recognized in the United States. The support that you should be receiving from national are a list of contacts and activities, contacts to all of those other chapter organizations who may be the co-chairs to those organizations and additional members to those organizations, as well as a list of activities depending on how active those chapters are in disclosing what their activities are, because there should be some synergy, synchronization, and collaboration to an extent based on the initiatives that are taking place with other chapters. So I would also go as far as to say that if there's specific expertise that members of other chapters have that may be able to support you in your efforts, the idea is that there's best practices that are shared that are going to support you as well. The last thing that I'll speak to is in our commissions, there are plenty of folks who are from multiple different chapters who are coming together in commissions because so that the commissions can speak to the larger aspect of NCOBRA's missions and goals, where our individual chapters bring the work of those commissions into specific communities. So you should receive a list of other chapters, members who are active in other chapters, the activities that these other chapters are doing, as well as participate in commissions so that you can join members of other chapters in working on specific areas and goals that you may be able to adopt and implement directly where you are after you've established 4 solid people, including yourself, making 5 in order for you to have a chapter be recognized in your part of the United States. So I'm going to reiterate this. You can also send an email to info.media.ncobra@gmail.com. You'll be forwarded membership commission information. All right. So for those of us that are participating in our membership meeting, for the number of panelists that we have, if you're staying, then let's do it. Let's talk. If you shall be departing, then we'll see you again at the latter hours, 5 o'clock hour, so that we can close out this wonderful conference and convention. All right. So let's get into our 5 injury areas and have a discussion about them. Peoplehood and nationhood, education, health, that's 3 so far, criminal punishment and political prisoners, wealth, and poverty. First question, let's do a review of our questions. How do we rebuild our peoplehood and our nationhood? How do we build our communities? How do we build our towns and our villages and our people? Both spiritually, metaphorically, actually, how do we do that? I've just gotten a notification that some of us have still not received a link. Let's make sure that our chairs, co-chairs, commissioners all have our links, and then maybe they will also be able to support us in a specific way by sending those links out to their members as well.
Sean, who hasn't had a link? Because okay, I see. Never mind.
Okay. So how do we build peoplehood? As I'm going to go over some of these questions as we still receive and obtain these links via email. In all the ways, how do we rebuild our peoplehood and our nationhood? That's spiritually, culturally, socially, economically, spiritually. How do we build our nationhood? How do we build our peoplehood? What is nationhood to us? What is peoplehood to us? How deep do we want to go? We can't paint blackness as a monolith. At the same time, we need to understand that Black people in the United States have been the only people that have experienced this Negro American experience. And I say the Negro American experience because of how many of us have been labeled throughout time that has created this idea of this monolithic story. So what is peoplehood and what is nationhood to a people that are not monolithic, even though history will try to tell us that we are? What do we need to educate our children? What do our children need to be learning? How do we need to look at schools? How do we improve our schools and our systems? How do we get more people inspired to be teachers and to be academics and to be educators in our schools? How do we improve our school systems? And then what are we individually willing and able to do in our own lives to improve those systems? What investments or sacrifices are we willing to make for us to actually build and uplift our school systems and our community systems? Another question is, when we consider the glory of our people, our Black history and our Black heritage across the world, there's an understanding that reparations is to repair for the harm that was done. However, the question is, what are we actually repairing and restoring ourselves back to as a people? How do we measure that? How do we quantify that? How do we restore that? If we were to really think about our empirical status on the planet, we know the heritage of our people, being queens, being kings, being emperors, being rulers, being mathematicians, being scientists, being all of these things. We know that just 100 years before Columbus's voyage and Europeans' voyages to the Americas, Abu Bukhari, the brother or the sibling of the great Mansa Musa, who flooded economies all over North Africa when he made his voyage to Mecca. We know that he made a trip to the Americas, bringing at least 2,000 ships based on their records in the Songhai and Mali Empire. So there's an understanding that we as a people have already been imperial and empirical in the world. So if we were to really ask the question of what happened, how do we repair ourselves back to that status? Why do we not necessarily understand ourselves to be rulers in the world during that time period? How are we looking at reparations? What are we repairing and restoring ourselves back to? How elevated are we seeking to be in this process and in this journey? How should Black Americans be working with the Caribbean and West African nations in order to achieve reparations? Truly and sincerely, we know that there's a focus with us being here in North America to focus on the jurisdictions of the United States. And there's a large consideration of how many ethnic groups and tribes have been dispersed all throughout the Caribbean and maybe even Brazil. The ultimate question that I have, or that we have, is what synergy needs to be created and established between us here in the United States and those folks in the Caribbean and West Africa in order for us to approach this in a specific way? Is there a joint effort that needs to be considered? Is there an understanding that those folks in Haiti and Jamaica and even Puerto Rico and even Cuba, is there an understanding that there needs to be a model developed for there to be a choir of voices that are seeking reparations from the companies and corporations and entities and nations that were responsible for this genocide? How should we think about that? And what is the work of NCOBRA to do those things? Then there's what forms of reparations should take place in the United States for Black Americans. There's so many different ways that reparations can go down, even when we look directly and specifically at our injury areas. So education, it's not just about our people getting an education, it's about what kind of education is our people going to get, Will our education actually be more fitting to who we are ethnically, tribally, as the original people as we understand ourselves to be? Are we going to be educated in that light? Or are we going to receive the same kind of education that we've been getting? Do we want access to education as it is? Or do we want access or to create education for ourselves? It's another question that we should really, really be thinking about and diving into. How will those populations that have no direct correlation to slavery living in the United States, or those immigrants that have most recently migrated to the United States, how would they be affected by reparations if given to Black Americans, or should I say, when given to Black Americans? What types of considerations should we have for those folks? Or should we have any consideration for those folks? How is it going to disrupt this American economy? How is it going to add value to our individual economy if we were to have ourselves established and still be in a inter culturally in this cultural and racial melting pot that is quote unquote America? And then what does reparations feel like and look like to you? Honestly, what does freedom and justice look like and feel like to you? What do you personally want help in your own life in order for you to make change in your community? So I want us to begin to think about these things and really just have some conversations and dialogue with each other about what that means. What this does is it allows us as an organization to really take a deep dive into what our members want to see, into what the community wants to see. And then it allows you to really get your brain growing and going and flowing, thinking about all the different complexities to how reparations needs to make sense for our people, or peoplehood needs to make sense for our people, systems and infrastructure and community and organizational development and commerce. Let's begin to think about how these things can make sense, will or won't make sense. The more that we have conversations about these things, the more comfortable we will be when speaking to them, even if we don't know what we're talking about. A lot of this, or a lot of our ability to really just think and to share and to know how to frame our questions is just as important as knowing the answers, because having the right question can lead you to the right answer. Having the right answer doesn't necessarily lead you to the next question. And if you're not asking or answering questions that can bring you to a greater question, to a greater inquiry, so that you can have a deeper understanding, you might be answering questions the wrong way, or may not be providing the opportunity for you to grow beyond the specific things that you know. So with that being said, I'm going to encourage many of our attendees. I see Afia, I see Baba Dollar, I see Deborah, I see Heather Roberts, I see Helen, I see Mike Lowry, I see Maureen, I see Victor, I see Victoria, I see Ralph, I see Omo, I see Neil. Meaningful power. I want to ask you all, what does reparations look like? You know, what have we grown to know and understand, and how do we feel about the information that we've gone over this past weekend? So I like to hear from us, to bring our experts to educate us on Stockholm Syndrome and Dr. Larry's PTSD. We have to begin to address these complex issues, those that develop our thinking process, those things that make us agree with the oppressor and speak against true reparations. I like to get for the business and commission meeting. Okay. So let me see if I can do that for you. Deborah, just to let you know, Deborah, if you are a member, then please put your email address in the chat directly so that you can be provided that information. All right. Thank you, Deborah. All right. So what kind of repair do you feel like needs to be made directly in your city, in your town, in your community, in your neighborhood? And this is an open call to all of those members or all of those participants that are attendees. Raise your hand, and there is a feature where you can be both promoted to a panelist and or just allowed to speak. So that means right here next to me. So what is actually, I'm going to put that in the chat. Here are the first batch of questions that I would like to ask us. So that we can begin to discuss among ourselves these areas of focus. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is provide some context. I think that it's important that, like I said or earlier, that we don't paint Blackness in this monolithic fashion. I think that when we began to paint Blackness in this monolithic fashion, we try to subjugate and qualify everyone to one particular way of thinking, feeling, and moving about reparations and repair. If I may, I'm actually going to get into a whole lot of nuance that really gets us thinking. And it's going to get us thinking in a specific and particular way that we may not have necessarily considered. And if we did consider it, I'm not sure how deep we've gone into the actual consideration. Actually, okay. Can you speak to that? Okay, Sister Kathleen. Hey, Dr. Smalls.
Peace and blessings. Sorry being late. I was caught up in another webinar. We couldn't get the technology right.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. How are you doing actually today, brother?
It could be worse. I'm happy that I'm here.
That's understood. We would like for you. Have you received the link so that you can participate in the membership meetings?
No, I probably did and just didn't get to it. So tell me what I have to do. Go back.
Hey, you know, I believe that they're about to do this thing live in real time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you this link right here, right now.
Okay.
And give you that option and the opportunity for you to join.
Okay. I'll switch off from you and I'll go jump on that link.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Okay, sir.
And I hope all goes well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, my brother.
Sir. Okay, so like I was saying, I want to provide some context to some things that I'm not sure that we have or have not thought about or, you know, dived into, really taking a really good look at and questioned ourselves and talked about ourselves, or maybe we had, and the complexities of it have just gotten too deep. So when thinking about Blackness, when thinking about who we are and how we are as a people, us not being a monolith, us actually having many different identities. Let me make sure. Sister Kathleen. Let me allow you to speak, Sister Kathleen, so that you may actually tell me directly what you are speaking to. Okay. So many different ethnic groups have been taken from the continent of Africa. There's so many different ethnic groups. I just want to begin to like give a little more context if we really think about us as a people, our peoplehood, our nationhood. And to a certain extent, based on the history that we've been told, we're like a melting pot, you know, of all of these different ethnic groups that have been brought over in the transatlantic slave trade and been mixed and intermarried with one another without having the distinct qualifications of our language um, and of our pedagogy, our thought processes, our specific cultural and ethnic rituals based on the tribes or ethnic groups that we have been that we were a part of, and then mixing with or having been mixed with indigenous groups here in the Americas and or the actual oppressors that have been participatory and responsible for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery as an institution. So how much of our research is actually extended to these specific ethnic groups, tribal groups, and nations that have been directly affected by the transatlantic slave trade? That's a question. How far does our history go back? How far does our scholarship go back? What are the specific companies, explorers, individuals that have been responsible for the colonization of specific groups and the timeline of those explorations and expeditions as it relates to those groups of people that have been captured, enslaved, and transported to the Americas? That's a huge question to ask. Why is that? Because what it does is it gives us context in a few ways. It gives us context in one specific way. Dr. Smalls.
Yeah. Yeah, were you going to send me another link, or can I go with where I'm at?
Let's see if we can have one of our administrators send you the link, because was the link that I sent you the proper one? I see that you're back, so it may not have been.
Okay. You want to go over my email again, or you think you got it? I'm Pansat 3.
Okay, so may our media information and media commission leader send that directly to you.
Okay. All right.
And I'm sure they haven't started just yet.
All right, so I'll wait a while. I got a few little things I need to run around and do, and just around and about me here.
All right.
All right.
In the meantime, how have we thought about those things? How have we considered those things? Have we really like taken the time out for us to do a deep dive and digest to say that, okay, so the Ashanti people were taken at this time by this specific group. We have this information recorded down on paper, and we know that through these explorations and expeditions, this is how they have been dispersed throughout the Americas. Dr. Leonard, peace and love. Our membership meeting should begin as soon as we are all there, and you should be receiving a link from our Information and Media Commission to do so. Ooh. Wendy, is that Wendy Go Off or Wendy Golf? Because if that's Wendy Go Off, that's hot how that was done. I just wanted to say that, recognize that. So again, I am going to share these questions once more. Okay, got you. Wendy Golf is what's in my head, but I got you, Wendy Golf. So here's this list of questions. How do we build our peoplehood and our nationhood? A lot of people say that we're a tribal people, and we've been a tribal people. And many may say that the ethnicism and the tribalism that existed in the diaspora has resulted into the breakdown and dissemination and divide of leadership, divide of structure, the deterioration of structure, culture, and ritual. We know that the Portuguese and the French often would do trade deals with different members of different ethnic groups, specific tribal groups. We know to a certain extent how the Fulani or the expelled Black inquisitors of Spain during the time have been exiled in that Reconquista period of 1492. I just want to bring some correlation between the two because Kathleen, you should be able to participate in the membership meeting via a link that should be coming, should have already come to you. If it has not already come to you, then I hope that it does come soon, or maybe you can directly check the link that has been provided in the chat or your email address, because our attendees are off screen and participating as attendees as they're not directly panelists. So that's one. And the second thing is that that meeting should be taking place right now in real time. And so as a member, you should be able to click that link with the passcode so that you can participate in the business and activities of the membership meeting. And so, so now let's continue. We know that the truth is that there has been colonization in North America long before 1619. However, the first enslaved Africans or indentured Africans, as some scholars may say, reached the Americas in the late 1618, 1619 time period, where those folks had been, auctioned off or participants in the institution of indentured servitude and slavery. When we take a deeper look into that history, one of the questions is, what was their voyage? How many places did they stop to before they landed in Virginia, before they landed in the Carolinas, before they, landed in Florida? Did any individuals land in Florida, which was a Spanish territory? So it's not necessarily a part of the United States history, but what business did the Spaniards have with Britain for some of these things to take place? Now, I'm asking these questions because I really want us to get a more full understanding of history, so that when we ask these questions about peoplehood and nationhood and what we're building ourselves back to, we don't just say that we're African, because Africa is huge. We have different specific ethnic groups and tribal groups that do not make up the groups that have been a part of the transatlantic slave trade. And so I know that in some conversations that I had with folk, they want to speak specifically to who they are in Africa and not just say that they represent the continent of Africa, because how many South Africans were taken during the transatlantic slave trade? And if so, where did they specifically go to? How many East Africans were participants in the transatlantic slave trade? And if so, where did they specifically and particularly and go to in the Americas, both North and South and the Caribbean? And then how many African people or indigenous people, because this was a transatlantic slave trade, how many folks were taken from the Americas and have gone to Africa? And is there any story, any heritage, any correlation between us beginning to get a greater understanding of how we're redeveloping our peoplehood, because peoplehood comes with language, peoplehood comes with culture, peoplehood comes with religion, peoplehood comes with customs. These things are traceable if we are able to follow the breadcrumbs of history. These things are traceable and identifiable if we're actually able to spend time in the research and really pull from the information that still exists, whether it be storytelling or books that were not burned or artifacts or archives or museums or things that have been written into the walls. I want us to begin to really, really think about that and consider that. So let me have Brother Jabbar in the queue. Brother Jabbar, talk to us. Unless you have your hand raised by accident.
Peace and blessings. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Amazing job yesterday too.
Thank you, dear brother.
Come on now, come on now. A whole lot of.
God is good. Hey, so on this peoplehood, nationhood topic, brother, for one, I mean, I think we got to teach every day. I mean, we don't, we could teach 24 hours a day. These topics, we can have not the Ted Turner network, 24-hour cable news or whatever, but we got enough information to teach every day, all day. That's one thing that can't be underestimated. The ability or capacity of us as a collective to teach the wisdom, to make it attractive and magnetic, to the young in the future. Another piece is these properties that we've been dialoguing and purchasing in the South, to make those a hub, to make those a hub for, all things peoplehood, nationhood, and, et cetera. I don't know how much we're saying in public in regards to these properties, but yeah, I mean, making these a hub where people can come and get knowledge. But thank God for the Ashe committee or commission to bring the traditions, customs, ways of our elders, of our ancient ancestors, of our ancient heritage and culture, and to help us to learn these traditions, learn these ways. Some cultures have festivals every month, so celebrating our festivals, celebrating our holy days, our happy days, our, ancestral days, all of these things are, a part of it. But we cannot underestimate how, the need to teach continually. There was, I hear often about the, I think it's the CB, the Community of Independent School Network or something of that nature. Somebody will correct me. And we need that help, of the independent schools. We need to find all the independent schools that are out there and to assist and to support and to bring to light and to share their information on social media and beyond, to help them with enrollment, help them with the areas and admissions or whatever they may need assistance in. We really need those independent schools, from my humble opinion, to have a partnership with the Black churches. We got churches everywhere.
Hey now.
Everywhere, every corner, all the time. And especially during the day, a lot of them are empty, doing very little, if matter of fact, if nothing, if being locked up, so we need those places to become alive, to have energy, to have young people in there, to have people in there teaching. So we need to re-establish those partnerships within the Black church, specifically with our schools, our independent schools, with the ability to teach on a regular basis, to restore our peoplehood, nationhood, to teach our traditions, to teach our customs, to teach our festivals, and to what I call cherry flavored medicine, to make it fun. We need to see some enjoyment. We need to see some, dance and singing and, all of the fun things that we need. So those are just some of the thoughts I wanted to share. But in addition, I didn't get that membership link. I was trying to get that as well.
Right,
I don't know how.
right. Because I was going to say, actually, because you brought up so many points, I don't even want to keep you, because I want you to be able to be actively participating in the membership meeting. You just brought up so many points, and while that should be coming to you right now in real time, hopefully it does immediately.
Yeah, 1 second, brother Jabbar. If it's at your rjohio.org link, brother.
Can you
Sent you last
please
night.
can you please send it to my HAJabbar Gmail? I do not have that computer with me. I'm doing the best I can, man. I'm at the hospital now. I'm at the hospital.
All right, brother, we got you.
Thank you very much.
You brought up so many points that, you know, it's a nation is made up of people with different ethnic groups, different backgrounds, different beliefs, and it's important for us to understand in us doing this work, many of us follow some Ma'at principles. I mean, you got a red hat on your head, you feel me? And to a lot of people, that means a lot of things. And so why am I saying that? I'm saying that because if we were to think about how many of our folks are coming from different beliefs and different backgrounds, spiritually, culturally, socially, emotionally, their relationships that they may have to specific religious principles or spiritual practices, the ways that how people send their children to school, the way that people celebrate, the ways that we come up with festivities and activities, who may want to participate in a libation ceremony and who may not because it dishonors what they believe in spiritually or religiously. These are all of the things that we need to think about and consider, not in our bubbles of being pro-Black, of being in the struggle, in the fight, those specific ways that we are. I agree with everything that you said. And there's so many things I would like to go discuss with you about. I just want to make sure that you get to that meeting.
I appreciate it. Yeah, even on the libations topic, I can tell you in the Bible where it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
we need to sit in that cipher though. We need to sit down and talk about it. You know, it's very easy to talk about the areas where we disagree or where we have incongruence, you know, but it's a whole nother conversation to talk about all the areas where we do agree. You know, shoot, Jacob poured libations. Or Abraham poured libations, you know, poured oil on rocks to monument where he had a relationship with the Most High, you know. So I mean, we can go there, you know, but we got to come with the right spirit. We got to come with the right spirit and an open mind and a spirit of love, not a spirit of correction, not a spirit of do what I say or I'm better or mine is better or greater and yours is less than. We just got to come up with the mindset of students, you know, ready to learn, you know what I'm saying, to learn that which was stolen from us, robbed from us, to regain our property like they do. Some of us, you know, had to go down to the police station once or twice to reclaim our property. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say, you know, did you get that link yet? Because if you did, I'm not even gonna say this point. Did you receive that link yet? Are you checking? Okay, brother Jabbar, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I was responding. Sorry. Yes, I did not receive that link, and you can go ahead though.
Somebody, Victor, I'm gonna get to what you just said in just a second after I say this. A lot of people say, or of the belief, which is very important for us to consider all these perspectives and opinions, that Christianity has made people docile in a specific way. It's made people less active and participatory in the movement. And so I bring that up because there's an element of fear that we seem to sometimes negotiate with ourselves when talking about freedom. And I just want to ask you, what type of attitude do we need to have in order for us to consider all of the religious principles that we believe and still fight for our freedoms, going past what we've been made to believe about ourselves?
Well, I think we just really, the direct question was, say it again about freedom. The direct question, so I can answer it directly. You on mute if you're talking.
Say that again, brother Jabbar.
Yeah, I was trying to get the question, direct question again. I'm sorry.
So what? All right, have a good one. Come back. The question is, one of the things that we seldom talk about is the role that religion has played in our freedom and independence. That's one of the things that we seldom talk about.
Right.
And depending on how deep we go into our history, there is a specific relationship that Jews have had legally in the Americas, legally have had in the Caribbean, legally had. There's a specific set of privileges and immunities that Muslims have had, Black Muslims have had in the Americas. There are specific privileges and immunities that Christians have had. I don't think that we've done enough research or investigation on those specific differences. However, one thing that many people feel is that Christianity, as it has been expressed or created for Black people, has taken away their freedoms. And so I'm speaking specifically to how do we break through these nuances, regardless of what the history may be? How do we break through the nuances of allowing people to honor their religious beliefs and still have this spirit of freedom and liberation and divination as it relates to who we are at an ancient level? So I know that's like a loaded and compact question.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Minister Farrakhan came out in 2005, the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March, and he talked about, a spiritual government that was. He talked about 9 ministries and a 10th ministry that was the spiritual ministry. We need one thing that we do not have as a people is a central government. We do not have a central planning unit. We got various planning units. You know what I'm saying? And so if you go to Nigeria, right, they got a central government. If you go to Botswana or such and such, or the Caribbean, they got a central planning unit. We, as Black Americans, or however we term our people, we don't have that. And we do not have a spiritual committee or a spiritual government committee, that brings together the Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because those are the bodies that really need to sit down and iron out some differences. That could be done locally in Philly, that could be done in DC, to bring those individuals together, because there's a lot of similarities, a lot of commonalities that are overlooked, and what's heightened is the differences. That's what our enemy does, And so we need to really be able to sit down spiritually. Okay, I like Bible. Okay, I like Quran. I like Mayat. I like, okay, well, let's talk about where they're congruent. Let's talk about where they're in harmony. Let's talk about where they're together, because there's many places in many areas that, we say we believe in the Creator, that one that makes all things. Right. And so we really need that ability to have some kind of a central committee. NCOBRA being a coalition, we have a ability to bring together organizations and individuals, and then so if that spiritual committee or commission or body was to come together and to be able to dialogue, openly, respectfully, in love and compassion, to talk about this type of subject, I think we could come together a lot in a lot better. We have differences, but again, there's a lot more commonalities, a lot more ways of us saying the exact same thing in different ways. Black liberation theology, but Malcolm X taught the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We know Malcolm X is a Muslim. Malcolm X taught the Bible. You know what I mean? Black liberation theology. Dr. I can't think of his name right now. So yeah, there's a lot of commonalities.
One of the things that was mentioned in the chat is, why are we not demanding culturally relevant curriculum to be taught to our children in independent schools, and talking about the money to sustain themselves, and staff need to be paid, supplies, bought buildings, maintain energy for bills to be paid, and we pay taxes for public schools. Why can't we get and demand how our money should be spent? I said that this is next. One of the things that I want to speak to is that in the complexities of the education system, first of all, We just have to be personally more invested into our children's education. It's not the government's job to educate our children unless we want to make it the government's job to educate our children. Facts, this is not. And depending on the side of the token that you fall on, you're either more democratic or you're more republic based in your thinking. If you're more democratically based in your thinking, then it is the job of government to provide the systems necessary for our people to thrive. If you're more on the republic side of thinking, then it is your responsibility to be an active member of your community and take time out of work and family, because work and family should be the same thing for your community and the children of the community to be provided what they need. With that being said, in this democratic form of governance, we're giving our government the responsibility of creating the curriculum and disseminating the funds after we register ourselves to it, for it to tell us how much of the tax money we give it are going to go to our schools. We are not stepping up in the way that we need to for us to have as much control over our schools as we need to. One example that I'll share statistically speaking on behalf of how many of us actually are educators. You know, white women dominate education. There are white women are dominating education, and Black men make up still less than 2% of the teachers that are public school teachers in the United States of America. So this is a twofold question, or many different ways that we could look at this particular question of why are we not demanding culturally relevant curriculum. We ain't in school enough. We're not in the political process enough for us to have any demands that are going to stick. Do we have a constituency? Are we actively voting to actually vote people out if we want to participate in these systems? Yeah, we have enough academics. Yeah, we have enough Black PhDs and Black practitioners in a series of different fields in all of these different ways. I'm jumping into your question, Victor. Yeah, we have enough of those folks, but do we have enough of a constituency for our people to actually say to themselves, well, we have a voting block of 30,000 people in this region of at least 300,000 people that are all going to say no to this resolution or this bill that is being proposed. We have enough people for us to actually say, now this is actually what we're going to do. You know what? We have enough lawyers and attorneys that are going to defend these schools that choose to opt out of the standardized statewide curriculum enforcements. We have enough attorneys to actually defend this school if the state wanted to create a case against them so that we can ensure we're teaching our curriculum and our pedagogy. So actually, Victor, since you're back, if you would like to, I want to invite you to speak if you'd like to. And then I want to get into the question of why are we not demanding that police violence against Black people be declared as a hate crime? Obviously, that's what it is. This issue is an emergency, an extreme situation, and should be addressed ASAP. We can't wait. I want to address that too. And I don't even want to pronounce your name wrong. So when it's that time, I want to invite you to speak to that too. But Victor Gibson, you got anything that you want to specifically say opposed to type in regard to your question?
Yes, Jumbo, everyone. My name is Victor Gibson. I've been an African Centered teacher in Detroit Public Schools for 23 years. We know that the African Centered curriculum can be taught. We demanded it in 1999. 1990. We got it done. So all this lawyer and all this legalese, we keep waiting for those kind of things. And if it has to be settled in the courts through those means, then you're right. We will never get back to what we need. But if we're looking at the whole reparation issue, the health, the economics, the mental health, and all that goes into it, education is the only key that's going to push all this forward. I mean, we're looking at now another generation that's going untaught, uneducated, and basically miseducated. And so now we're trying to heal these people. We find ourselves now in this era of trying to get our people to stand up and fight, stand up and be conscious, stand up and be a part of what we need to make our nation within this nation prosper. So we cannot keep waiting to heal our people. We must start educating them and educating our babies from the beginning. And that's where we're kind of, coming up short because we're being less taught. Our children now are focused purely on material wealth, bling, bling, bang, bang. So if we're going to make this any significant move towards reparations, I mean, look how long we've been fighting for this. Look how long we've been pushing for this. And we're losing ground. We're not gaining ground. We're losing ground. I just thank God that I saw yesterday enough young scholars taking up the mantle, taking up their position, holding it down. But there's still a gap between the old scholars and the young scholars as far as movement, not the moment, but the movement. So if we're going to do anything, it has to be ground zero has to be education. It has to be. And if we don't get the culturally relevant in there, pretty soon the whole question of whether we even want it. And you see they've changed the name of the game. Now instead of calling it culturally relevant education or African-centered education, they call it critical race theory. That's like a brand new spin on what we've been doing all this time. What is critical race theory? We've been doing this since, come on, people. So they are changing the language as if somehow another critical race theory is a whole new episode, a whole new point of reference. But it's always been about critically raised people. And that's been us since we got here. So that's all I'm saying. And if you look at independent, we understand one of the critical needs of independent schools is the sustainability of income and the idea of getting teachers trained. Just because we're Black, that doesn't mean that we don't understand how to teach our curriculum.
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm just been fortunate enough. I'm gonna let it go here, but I've been fortunate enough to work in.
Don't let it go. This ain't nothing to let go. You can keep going, but I'm listening.
Okay, 3 significant fields that made me the master teacher that I became. And now I worked in mental health. I've worked in social work as a foster care worker, trying to get my children out of foster care and back home. Family reunification, we called it back then. And so I saw what dealing with it on the back end was like. And that's a hell of a thing to do, to deal with it on the back end. But then somehow or another, I was fortunate enough to be blessed by a Dr. Clifford Dean Watson, who started the African-centered schools here in Detroit. And he pulled me in and said, Gibson, I need you to teach it. So I've been on all 3 dimensions, the healing, the repairing, and now the prevention. And I think if we're going to train teachers, we call it normative training. The colleges of education in this country are not prepared to teach, to prepare teachers to really be responsive and healing and nurturers. We're not just educated, we're nurturers. We're nurturing these young people. So that's not even in the college of education script. So it's more than just knowing what you know and trying to give it to children. Our children. It's about loving our children, loving ourselves, and then putting that out there first. And once the children find out that you love them, that you're just not here for a job, but you actually love them, and that means you got to do some tough love, then they will learn. Because the idea, like I told a parent yesterday, they call me Baba Gibson for a reason. I earned that because Baba means father. And it's a sad dad who cannot want to see the best in all the children that's around them.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's where I come from. So yes, there's a lot more into it than just putting numbers and dollars and buildings. There's a whole embracing, a whole loving, empathetic, sympathetic to what our children are going through, what our families have gone through. And this is what makes a good teacher. This would make education of our children the most important thing we can do.
Beloved Okonkwo, I've invited you in to speak to your question. I don't know how to pronounce the first name, Veulah, but I want to invite you in so that you can speak to what you've put in. And Baba Gibson, what I want to say, I actually want to come back to we had just now. I want to come back to it, but I just want this person to speak really quickly because there are some things that I want to say around getting more of our educators to be more empathic, to be more loving, to getting more money in our schools, to getting our curriculum be reinforced by our own systems. I actually want to come back to that because that's going to be a more robust conversation. That's going to take a lot more time. So stick around if you can, please.
Yes, I'm on my way home now. So I got you guys on my phone. So I'm listening.
All right. I'm gonna come back to it, and you'll know when I do. Thank you.
Ashayo.
Ashayo. Okay, Okonkwo, I'm gonna ask you to unmute so that you can get in the queue, say what you gotta say about these policy officers.
Unmute. I'm unmuted.
Yeah,
Hello?
let us know how you feel.
I feel very angry. I feel very just as though this country, we're just on the hate. The hate is just run so deep here against my people.
Yeah.
And the police, they are representing that system. I believe that, of course, we have been warned years ago by John F. Kennedy, I believe, that a lot of the extremist radical type groups were infiltrating the police department.
Yeah.
And today we can see that by the total inhumanity and extreme violence that they met out against Black people and their so-called policing. So I'm wanting to know why that has not been put on a top burner, especially with NCOBRA in relation to, I don't know what committee, the Health and Wellbeing Committee, that this is like an emergency situation here for us because it does not stop. It does not let up. And a lot of it lately, I believe, has been retaliation for what's gone on with that Chauvin ex-murderer, or he's a murderer now, of course. And it's retaliation because they hate to see one of their own being called to task and actually being tried and found guilty of harming a Black person, when that is their modus operandi, to harm us. So why has this not been put on the front burner as an emergency situation to be dealt with by NCOBRA?
Hey, sister, can you pronounce your first name for me?
Beulah.
Beulah. Okay. I'm gonna answer this from my own opinion. I do want to let everyone know that I am I'm brand new to NCOBRA and also the co-chair of the Philadelphia chapter, and a monumental leadership transfer to the younger generation in a specific way based on the work that I've independently done in my community. I just wanted to say that many things are brand new to me, and I wouldn't be able to accurately speak to why NCOBRA has not made a top focus, but this is one of the things that I want to say to that. The word police comes from the word policy. That's something that we should all know, whether or not it's in the front of our minds or the back of our minds, but it comes from the word policy. And as long as we are subjected to the jurisdiction of the United States and the specific states as 14th Amendment citizens, it is going to be extremely difficult and challenging, if impossible, to prosecute the policy officers, because in their jurisdiction, if Black people are breaking policy, then the things that Black people are subjected to are the way that policy needs to be reinforced, which is why this peoplehood conversation is so important, which is why the Republic of New Africa's leaders actually saying in a courtroom, I'm not a citizen of the United States, therefore I cannot be subject to the United States citizenship jurisdiction or laws that apply. We need to have this in an international courtroom setting in order for us to bring our laws mutually to the table and go back to our birthright in terms of some extra things that I'm not even going to dive into right now because I say that specifically because when we have this peoplehood and nationhood conversation, I think that it will directly address us bringing that up as a primary issue, because then it goes from civil rights because police officers are policy enforcers of the civilians that are citizens in their jurisdiction. It'll go from civil rights to human rights. And unless we are acknowledged as humans and not civilians, we'll have a specifically different conversation that will hold up a lot stronger in international courtrooms. Does that make sense, Beulah?
Somewhat, but when you look at the way things are going today, I understand that a lot of the people, for instance, were stopped, by police in their vehicles for minor traffic violations. Something like a ticket or an outstanding warrant or a license plate not being up to date or things like that. And that's definitely no reason for things to escalate to murder.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
When these things are now going through the courts and they're saying, that this person, he wasn't really a serious threat, or, this was not a serious reason to stop the person, then that's whereby, the lawyers who are representing the injured party can come in and say, well, therefore, we can look at this as a hate crime, because why else are you brutalizing this person? Why else did this end in murder? And that, I think, can be the grounds for going forward with a hate crime.
Yeah, absolutely can. And why it's not being done to the extent that it should be, I would refer to what I said about individuals being subject to the jurisdiction of the places that they live in, where the United States has territory, and then us becoming more amassed as a people to defend our people. That's extremely important too. In a court of law, you are supposed to be judged, by a jury of your peers. That's very important. Our juries are not our peers. They're just random citizens in the in the region, in the municipality which we may live in or be a resident of, but they're not a jury of our peers. So there's some things that I want us, in order to answer that question. Yes, it's like, why isn't NCOBRA not stepping up to the plate in a specific way when it comes to, crimes against our humanity that's been performed and done by police? And I want to say that I want us to look at all of the different nuances that are associated with that. In my personal opinion, I really want us to really think about our peoplehood in a specific way so that we can address this 13th Amendment. Because the way that this 13th Amendment has given room for our people to be violated has been like, they say you give an inch, you take a mile. Well, this 13th Amendment has been like an entire trip around the world. It's been designed for it to constitute the criminalization of a people. It's been designed that way. But I just want to say that I know that folks are listening, and so I know that this is going to be a priority of conversation and focus internally in the organization so that we can address the answer to this question a little more succinctly and specifically. Thank you, Beulah.
All right. Thank you for your reply.
Hey, peace and love.
Okay. All right. Ashe.
Heather, you said jurors typically come from voter rolls and people who hold title to property. See, a lot of things that we should really be able to speak to a lot more soundly and a lot more robustly. This is my mom on the line, so give me. I told her y'all said hello. So few things that I actually want to say. We in our communities are, all right, I'm different. So I want to start off by saying that so that we can begin to be comfortably challenged. I'm different. I've never been a fan of Kamala Harris, ever. I was never a fan of her. I was never a fan of Joe Biden. We've been made to believe that we really need to go out and give our votes to these individuals. And there's so many contradictory elements to how they present themselves, like the one where Kamala Harris is speaking directly to how dare Donald Trump deny refugees access to the United States, when she just got finished having a press conference telling folks that if they're trying to come to the United States, don't, because they're going to be turned away. Now, I'm saying that and speaking to the fact that as a people, we have largely been responsible for giving our votes to particular individuals without this accountability pool, without this anchor of consequence in the political process, without this anchor of, if you're not going to represent my constituency in a specific way, then there are these processes and methods that we're going to approach in order for you to be met with the proper repercussions that come from not actually doing so. And it's almost as if our vote as a people is low-hanging fruit. So I want to speak to two specific things. I want to speak to one, us talking about how much representation we could get in our schools, to Victor's point, and to Beulah's point, how much representation we can get for our people and our political prisoners and criminal punishment, which are two injury areas that NCOBRA focuses on. We as a people really need to begin to think about who we are and our votes a lot differently, in a specific way that actually holds and garners power. Now, I want to break this down, and then I want to address this that was shared in the chat. I actually want to read it. Oh yeah, just so that we know, just as a reminder again, about our membership meeting, that the individuals that have been members have been sent a link. Those that are brand new are having this conversation here with me. Specific thing that I want to speak to when it comes to us and our voting pool. The fact that we are here means that we feel differently about Blackness than most Black people. With all due respect, if I were to account for how many pro-Black people live on my block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you probably say there are at least 80 people, if not more, that live on my direct block. How many of us are pro-Black in spirit? And then how many of us are pro-Black in practice? And then how many of us are pro-Black in application and commerce? And then how many of us are pro-Black in spirituality? How many of us extend ourselves to being pro-Black in a specific way? Now follow me. With the status quo telling us, for example, that we need to do X, Y, and Z things like vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and, you know, follow the status quo of what's coming down the pipeline of the media. There's a core group of us that go beyond what's given to us in order for us to find out more of what we should be doing. Those of us that are here, how much energy do we put to actually saying to ourselves, this is how we should be defending our dear brother who has been stopped by them. This is what I'm going to do to show up. And what types of social media messaging systems do we have so that if something happened in our community, boom, we're able to respond immediately. We know where to show up and when to show up. How many of us know how to respond if a specific change to our education systems are coming down the pipeline of policy jurisdiction in order for us to, boom, show up to our city council meetings and our town halls and voice our opinions so that we may block bills or resolve unjust resolutions that have been presented in order for them to, quote unquote, solve or dissolve our issues in specific ways. Now, this is a rhetorical question because it's asking all of us here to take a personal accountability. Victor, you said this is the original 13th, which dealt with granting of titles, emperor, prince, to US citizens, which would lead to the person's loss of citizenship of the USA. Victor, you know, I'm gonna ask you to jump back in, because when you say things like that, it's you know, you gotta speak to them. So if you may Victor, tell everybody a little more of what that means as it relates to the question that was asked regarding our peoplehood in relation to policy officers or police officers.
Okay, just real brief. I mean, because we tie the Juneteenth into the 13th Amendment, the abolition of slavery. So, but prior to that bootleg move of the 13th, there was a previous statement, 13th Amendment that dealt with, during that time, they were trying to keep the other foreign powers from gaining access to the minds and abilities of U.S. citizens. Because now, you know, these citizens who were originally just little borders, if you weren't nobility, then you were just basically a sharecropper, you know, a serf or whatever they want to call it. So that was what that intended was. Now, getting back to this, to the point where you were saying about this black on black crime, that's the sickness in us.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about
Okay.
black on black crime.
Okay, all right. So I don't want to get off topic.
But I'm
But-
following you. I'm following you.
So no, I'm just saying that the whole thing of healing ourselves, the violence that is being perpetrated against us, a lot of that, I mean, racism is taught. Let me go back to this.
Mhm.
Racism is a learned behavior. I mean, if you're from the South, you know you were allowed to play with little white kids up until you were 5 years old. When you went to school, those same white kids that you played with, now they're in another school and they're learning something else, and you're in another school, and so you all cannot hang together. So you were friendly up until 5, and then at that point you tore off. So if we're going to teach to the correct racism, it's not that we need to teach ourselves; we need to teach them. And it can be done. It has been done. We had if you want to look up a young brother's name, a little boy named Bruce Bastuba. He came to the Malcolm X Academy. Long story short, his parents were looking around. They labeled him as LD, special ed. He came to our school. I had him. I got him to slow his butt down and learn. And he jumped from 2 grades behind to a grade and a half upward. It scared the hell out of everybody, even Jerry Springer, because he went on his show. And they paid this mama, they snatched this mama out of our jurisdiction in our school district and put her somewhere else, because we know that it's not Black history, white history, it's just world history. And once whites know the real history of the planet, because they're being lied to too. We're not the only ones being miseducated. They have more myths, more lies that they're perpetrating on them than we are. We just know better. They don't. So they're allowing themselves to accept what those pedagogies are being put forth. But if we wanted to get together and stop all this and start saying, let's teach humanity, if we start leaving that, in fact, I got a brand coming out called Everybody versus Racism. And then on the back of it, it says humanity wins. Now, usually when you see these kind of shirts, it's like, okay, everybody versus Detroit, everybody versus this person, but it never tells you who wins.
Mm.
And so mine says humanity wins. And that's where we have to start taking not just the Blacks, not just the whites, not the Latinos, but everybody. When I say everybody, I mean everybody.
Everybody.
And when we start preaching and looking and presenting facts in this way, it takes the adversarialship out of the different ethnic groups. Like you mentioned earlier about how many ethnic groups are in Africa. If you take the adversarialness out of that, then you can start looking at humanity as a whole, and we can start teaching the truth so that all humans know their respective dates and time that they enter, their respective, John Henry Clark says, their political and cultural time of day, and find themselves on the map of human geography. We need to start teaching it holistically, and that's what it gets me right back to what I said earlier. Teaching cultural curriculum is not just Black cultural, it's humanity's culture. And if we can do that, we got a chance. We got to quit separating. See, that's European philosophy, to start pulling things apart and comparing contrasts and try to find out how much we're different, but not focus on how much we are alike.
You know, I agree with that. I agree with that. And for somebody like myself, I just want to speak to the things that you would see me at and the things that you wouldn't see me at. Because everybody's not invited to the cookout. They just not. And it's some things that we begin to do that I just would never be able to participate in. I just would never be able to participate in because I vibrationally don't even function well when I'm not surrounded by Black people in a specific way. I vibrationally do not function well. Now that doesn't mean that when it's time for us as a race of people, of man and woman on the planet, that I'm not able to play my role in society and civilization at all. However, I'm speaking to how everybody-ness easily gets co-opted because there's been a system and a strategy to do so. Like Asian hate crime bills before
Yes.
Black hate crime bills. Everybody has an agenda that has actually been accepted. And whenever Black people have an agenda, it has been consumed by everybody-ness. And there's also, you know what? No, I'm gonna say it. There's also a specific intentionality to breed with Black people because we are a superior people genetically. I'm just gonna say it. I don't care what people think or how people feel about their science because all of our science shows us that we are the original people. And so for someone who is more extended into that thinking than myself, how do we make sure that in an everybody-ness approach to the world, we're not saying, okay, let's join the Chinese in order to build ourselves economically, which is ultimately the Chinese are for the Chinese. They'll, the Jewish folks are for Jewish. Anybody tribally or ethnically is for themselves tribally and ethnically. So as we approach an everybody-ness method of fighting racism, how do we make sure that classism doesn't subject us in the ways that liberal studies tends to do? I want everybody to begin to think about the liberal arts and sociology and so many folks that graduate from these schools creating new forms of classism that subject Black people to the bottom of the totem pole in the realm of everybody-ness because everybody else has themselves established. How do we prevent that from happening as we join a humanity movement in fighting some of these issues? Now, I know I asked a really complex question, but if we all have some thoughts to that, let's please share. And so there are only two types of Black people in America, Africans and Afrikaans. Can't learn it if we can't believe it, can't understand it, can't help it. Thank you, Baba Gibson.
You're quite welcome, sir. My pleasure.
One of the things that I want us to, I guess, think about because we talked about peoplehood, we talked about education, and we talked about the crimes against our humanity, our unjust systems of policing our people, criminal punishment. What thoughts are emerging from the things that we've discussed so far? What feelings are emerging from the things that we've discussed so far? We got spectrums of Blackness. We have Black LGBTQ. Then we have, I'm from the hood. So calling, somebody identifying as a butch, somebody identifying as a dyke, that's hood language. That's not necessarily socially acceptable language in the realm of academia. The ways that folks identify with their sexuality, if they may be gay, smack dab in the middle of the streets, is a little different than how somebody may identify with their homosexuality or heterosexuality in an academic space. And so there is Black LGBTQ-ness, which falls different depending on how you've been able to understand it or to express yourself in society. There's Black Pan-Africanism. Then there's Black Pan-African Americanism. There's a Black Muslim identification to freedom, an Islamic identification to freedom, just as much as there's a Black Christian identification to freedom. And so I'm asking these questions, or I'm talking about these specific categories and elements of Blackness, because when thinking about all of these things, I think that it's important to know that not all white people get along, and not all Asian people get along, not all anybody gets along. There are systems and structures that exist with many people that are the result and the reason why they may look or seem successful on TV, for example. If we were to really think about what's going on in certain Asian countries, the government is oppressing their own people. The government is exactly oppressing their own people in some specific ways that their government will not allow their media to show. And so for those Asian individuals that are here in the United States, their political fight does not live in the public realm and arena the way that others' political fight does live in the public realm or arena. That is an internal issue and conversation that those individuals have. Now, with that being said, there are also specific religious, ethnic, and tribal breakdowns or practical breakdowns that many Asian people that maybe from one country may have, but there's an agreeable nature that they have in society. I'm sharing this because it's important to know and state again that blackness is not a monolith. And so it is unfair for us to presume that because we are Pan-Africans and because we understand the diaspora in this global context, that everyone that is even a Pan-African will agree with all of the approaches and methods that we think. So a lot of this conversation is to get us to challenge ourselves to find the largest medium where we can all stand on one platform and one foundation and agree to specific approaches to our freedom based on our history and the context that we've been traversing through here in these Americas. So what would be the common thread to all of these identities? Is it their humanity? Is their humanity in question? Heather, I actually want to invite you to speak. I'm a DJ. Music is the common thread to Black people. Food is a common thread to Black people. Throughout this convention, I've spoken to a vibration, and a lot of people say, "Oh, vibes, that's too vague. Vibes is not intellectual enough. Vibes is not allowing us to elevate to the proper intelligence." That I hear all of that at the same time. But I'm gonna tell you this: if somebody is having a conference in one building and somebody is having a party on another building, I'll bet any amount of money that you're gonna have more folks go to the party than the conference. Now, I'm not saying that to throw the conference away. I'm saying that to directly address the question proposed. What would be the common thread in all of these identities? The common thread that I would say we share as a people is our relationship to music and food. Culture is a common thread. How do we weave education and elevation into our culture? I think that that is the extension to that question personally. But Heather, I actually would like to invite you to speak to your thoughts, expound upon your question, and even provide an answer to this question or other questions that have been asked and addressed.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. The reason why I asked the question about the common thread is because you bring up some very important points about the differences that I think has worked to separate people who identify as African American and as Black. And with this question around reparations, I think that question really definitely is a global one, because the shared experience, because to me, that's what I think is the common thread, is the shared experience, whether you are someone like Eddie Murphy, who is a well-respected actor in his field, to Thurgood Marshall, who, you know, God rest his soul, was one of the best legal minds, or one of the many best legal minds of his time. But there's something about the shared experience that people of African descent have. And that to me should be the thing that kind of brings us together. But for some reason, it doesn't, which is concerning to me, because then you have people on the other side of it who works against the community and undermine the community, which also is another issue that we probably need to think about and address as well. So for example, when you have people like a Daniel Cameron, who refuses to bring charges against the police officers that shot and killed Breonna Taylor, and finds no wrongdoing or comes up with some bogus bullshit charge, it undermines all of the work that's being done by NCOBRA and all the other organizations that fight for people of African descent. And even the Candace Owens of the world, or, I can't remember the name of the judge that sits on the Supreme Court. I think it's Clarence Thomas. When you have people who have a shared history, there's this focus to, I guess, deny or claim that it doesn't matter. That works against us. So, I'd like us to think about that for a moment, if possible, about that commonality that would allow us to push forward despite some of the distractions we get from people like a Candace Owens or a Clarence Thomas, because there's so much work to be done.
It's crazy because, oh man, actually, Heather, I feel like you have a lot more to share about that. So I actually would like for you to speak a little more to what solutions you think can be presented. I can hear that the answer to this, to what you're saying, and you're presenting this in a way to expand our minds and our thinking. But I would actually ask if you would like to share more about how you feel, what you think could be an approach for us to do that.
Well, I like what has been said already. You had a gentleman, I think his last name was Gilbert. He's a teacher out of Detroit, and he talked about the African-centered education that they have been doing in Detroit, well before this whole controversy about critical race theory. And I think that's a place where we can start. I also, if I'm not mistaken, I heard someone mention something about beginning the instruction at home. I'm not sure if everyone has the ability to send their children to an independent school, because I've heard, I think it was yesterday, where they talked about the freedom schools in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
If those are charter schools or how they fit. I don't know if there are public schools, but I've heard about the freedom schools and the work they did around building their curriculum and making it African-centered and things of that nature. And there's a model that's already out there. And I just want to know what's the feasibility of replicating that throughout the country, especially in places where you have large African-American communities, or because I think everybody wants to see their kids do better. The way they go about it is different, but we all are looking to improve our lives in some form or fashion. And I agree that the foundation to all of it is starting with the right information, with the right education. Information is key. So if you don't have the right information, you're not able to make good decisions about moving forward. So if we could start there and then build out from there, I think that would do a lot to help people who are miseducated to rethink their actions, or maybe change their behaviors to some extent because they have better information. So they're more informed and they can take control over, they can have more agency over their lives if they have better information. In addition to that, you need resources too. It's not education by itself. I know you need resources as well, because people need to work. They need a way of bringing in money into their community and their households and things that they need to eat, you know, and things of that nature. They need good health care, but you can't make decisions around that if you don't have good information.
You know, let me say that education is to application, as knowledge is to wisdom. And I say that because I don't like the fact that we are educated for education's sake. Now, to your point, in our education schools, systems, and processes, we need to make sure to add to what you're saying that folks are educated with an idea and understanding of what they're actually going to do for civilization and in society. And so, yes, we need to know our history and our heritage. We also need to know how to cook, how to sew, how to fix a car, how to put some concrete down, how to fix some plumbing, how to put some electricity up, how to, you know, create some coding for some technology, hardware and software. There's so many things that we need to know in our education that allow us to take Afrofuturism and put it into application. I just wanted to add that point because I think that what many folks do is that they find themselves in this realm of being educated, but not necessarily applied in their actual practices. For example, Candace Owens is somebody that I mean, she's somebody who often presents herself as someone that people love to hate. I try like anybody that's, well, I'm not gonna say that. I try my best to take from what she's saying and how she's feeling, because I don't want folks who feel like her, who are Black, to live in isolation and divide Black people even more. However, she lives in a knowledge for knowledge sakes realm. And we give people who are in the knowledge for knowledge sake realm so much attention that we lose sight of the fact that Candace Owens has not done any electrical work in any housing for me to really care about how much she has to say. Candace Owens and a lot of academic speakers have not laid any concrete down or filled any potholes in these dirty, disgusting Philadelphia streets for me to really care about what this person is speaking to or even actually able to lead on the ground. And so I'm adding to the point that you're saying specifically to speak about how much is our education leading to our application of real things that we need in society in order for us to be a functional people. And I think that the ways that we could do that is in our freedom schools is to, one, I've been talking about this legal counsel because the truth is, let's say that Black people wanted to teach that we didn't evolve from monkeys. I don't believe that. I'm not representing NCOBRA right now in me saying that. I don't believe that we evolved from monkeys. There may have been some evolution going on. You're not gonna get me to ever say, okay, I came from You're not gonna do that. And so if we were to speak about who we are in some specific ways that challenge the status quo, that cuts off the funding immediately. Once we really want to dig deep and teach our Black history and our Black pedagogy and our Black principles and philosophies at a diasporic level, it's going to challenge the status quo, which may challenge other systems and cut off the funding because we're not meeting state guidelines and measurements. Do we have a system for that? The reason why I've been talking about this legal counsel is because if we want to teach the truth, we have to be prepared for how folks are going to or not going to receive the truth. Because what that's going to mean is that you're going to have more Black children graduating and building jobs for themselves and others, which then challenges economy. You're going to have Black people begin to see other people and say, ho, 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 ho. I get Socrates and Sigmund Freud, but I also get Imhotep and Akhenaten. And these are my spiritual teachers. I'm actually going to change my language to name things after these individuals and not these Greeks who I've been taught or these Romans who I've been taught. That changes everything. That changes how we see everything. Even August being to Augustus and July being to Julius. We'll actually see things completely differently. And so do we have ourselves prepared in a specific context for us to make sure that we're getting our all the things that we need to make sure that this education is provided to our children in these ways. So I love what you're saying. And I'm bringing all these nuances so that we can really sit back and say like, wow, like, you know, we want the pie. Let's put all of these ingredients together for the pie. Whip it up, put it in the oven, and, you know, get some milk ready for when it's done, 350 degrees.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, because we need people in every sector of the community to help out. Because you're absolutely right. I remember when I was going through high school, there used to be a home ec courses. There used to be shop. You learn different skills beyond reading and writing and arithmetic, because we know that not everybody is going to go to college after high school.
Right.
People who are going to go out into the workforce. So you need skills that allow you to be able to find work, whether it's in the trades or not. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. We need a well-rounded community. We need those people that can build the homes, you know, that can provide medical services, that are in the retail space that allows us to sell goods and services, as well as farming. Because without that, if you can't eat, you're done
Right.
for it. So you need all of that skill set, and the ways that it's been done in the past and so forth. But to help people stay on, you know, on a path that helps them to move forward, we definitely need to have that education and the well-roundedness that comes from all of what you're saying. And I agree wholeheartedly.
We got Diane. We got Diane Kimball in the queue, and we're going to take a break in a half an hour, or for a half an hour, starting at the 2 o'clock. But you know, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling charged up. If folks would like to take a break, please do. If folks would like to continue the conversation, I'm actually good to keep going and rolling. I know we got some folks on the back end that are doing some administrative stuff. I want to alleviate them so that they can take a 30-minute break. And we'll just be away from any administrative support for a half an hour. The conversation is rolling. I don't want to stop all of the flow that we've been in. Diane Kimball, you're in the queue. Tell us how you feel and what you're thinking. Diane, are you there? You had your hand up, so I just wanted to bring you right in. Or Diana, sorry. All right. Hopefully you get the memo that you've been invited to speak because you had your hand up. To go a little deeper into some of the things that we talked about with Black farmers, and Black farmers have lost, to Herschel's point in the chat, 120 billion in value from 1920. We have white flight, we have gentrification. There is an honest case for reparations when it comes to that. Herschel, I want to bring you in to speak. The Republic of New Africa largely spoke about that black belt, this black this black area being black. And it's two things that I really want to say to this, y'all. And I don't care that it challenges how we've been approaching reparations when speaking to our Africanness. However, Black, Indigenous, Native American people have been reported to have already existed in the same exact regions, with Florida included, that the Republic of New Africa claims to be its territory, because our people have been all over the world before the world have discovered to have been round. by the people we learned the world from. So I'm sharing that specifically because when we think about our Black farmers needing support and our Black farmers needing their land and us having reparatory justice in that realm, we need to expand the conversation, not just to the fact that so many Black farmers had so much land and there's been so many things that have under the guise of the law taken this land from them, but there are also some ancient, archaic, indigenous information that we really need to look at again when thinking about these regions and all of these Black farmers. And why did Black people have so much land in the first place? If they never gave us 40 acres and a mule, how did Black people get so much land in the first place? What was going on in these time periods for us to have all of this land and to have lost all of this land? Thinking bigger than just white flight, thinking bigger than just gentrification. So Herschel, I'm only responding to what you said in the chat. So, you know.
Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So we're in Oklahoma. Okay.
Come on now.
We're in the town of Fort Coffee. All right. So I'm in 42 states, right? So we're in Fort Coffee, which was created in 1830. Okay. When they moved the 5, what they call civilized tribes to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
All right. And the Supreme Court recently ruled that half the state is owned by Native Americans.
Yeah.
All right. And so what they don't tell you is in the 1800s, when those tribes became Confederates.
Here we go.
And they lost the war in 1866, August 20th, when the actual war ended, they were made to make a choice. Either you surrender and you admit into the Union that your African members are on your tribal members or not. And that if they are, then when they tried to break up the tribes and say that you're going to be like Western men, and at Western men, you got to own the land individually versus collectively, because that's the difference, right? Europeans own the land individually versus people of color own collectively.
Come on now. Come on now.
And so the Dawes Commission set who would own the land, and Africans of mixed race with Native Americans ended up owning 1.4 million acres of what we now call Oklahoma.
Okay, hold on, y'all.
All right. Now, the key thing is when they did the 100-year commemoration, they didn't talk about, we didn't go quietly into the night. Actually, when they went to hang the brother, 750 white men were met by a group of Black men who were World War I veterans and left 10 of them dead. Okay, they lost 2 brothers, and that infuriated the white people. So that's why they attacked, and it was actually for 24 hours, it was a running gun battle. Okay, but then brought in planes, the National Guard, and machine guns, and they knew when to give up. All right, but they don't talk about that. They don't talk about the 1.4 million acres that Africans own, people of African descent. And let me say, when I say people of African descent,
talk about it.
The United Nations, see, I'm up in the United Nations. I used to represent the country of Guinea in the United States. All right, we were the honorary consul, senior honorary consul under His Excellency David Morrow. So the United States opposes the creation of a permanent forum in the United Nations for people of African descent. This isn't the decade of Africans, okay? This is the permanent forum. And December 31st, after 7 years worth of fight up in the United Nations, 106 nations said, make it happen by September 15th this year. They assigned Costa Rica and Chad as the country runners. They held on April 9th a meeting for consultation, and the United States didn't even show up.
Mm-hmm.
And the key thing that I want to point in why I joined, after all these years, because we've been running parallel tracks in the United Nations on reparations. with the African Union and domestic reparations. The reason I joined is that this all is coming together and that we have the greatest chance right now because of what has happened with Black farmers, okay, and the money that is in there and that they are running against it, and they got a temporary restraining order against the funding of the $4 billion for Black farmers.
Mm-hmm.
But what hasn't shown up is that we have not unified and filed against it, because what they want to do, what Miller and his crowd want to do, is to stop the federal government from executing Executive Order 13985, which on day one said in the Biden administration, we're going to come up with a solution for not only Black folks, not only Native Americans, not only Hispanics, not only Pacific Islanders when we took their land in Hawaii and Samoa, not only, all of people of color. Day one.
You're saying it.
Day one. And so when you hear me say executive order, because that's the part that we play in, because that's the part that our coalition, Community Reinvestment Act, all that, executive order. We don't need congressional action.
Okay.
All right. The executive order has been issued. Go look at it. Executive Order 13985. All this push that you hear back about critical race theory, think why you never heard of all this major pushback is because on day one, Biden issued, say, look, what he said on June 1st, said, oh, we're a great nation because we face up to our history.
Mm.
And our history is signed into law January 8th, 2018, 400 years of Africans in the English colonies that became America, August 25th, 1619. That's law. And so you use that law. Yeah, do we know we were here before that? Sure. I mean, the Europeans found out how to get here because we had Portuguese navigators.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk about the history of Africa and Europe and et cetera, and the 20 million Africans and Arab slavery. We don't talk about that. But having lived in Africa, having been a diplomat for the country of getting to the US, I have a sort of different perspective. Mm-hmm. This is that OG perspective, if you will. Okay. But Africa now has said, we will take care of our brothers and sisters, because last year, you know about George Floyd, you know that Africa stood up to us and answered our call on the 29th, and on the 12th, they stood up to the United States and the United Nations and said, we're going to investigate this stuff. We don't care if you like it or not.
Okay.
And so, you know, it's time that we join forces. Y'all have done, the elders in your organization have done, they've held in since 87. Okay. They've been steady, but you young people and them coming together. Okay. So what we did as old people in Oklahoma is that we came together with the World Conference of Mayors, whole bunch, National Association of Black Veterans, a whole bunch of organizations on June 1st. We were sitting there, we weren't watching the president, we were talking about the money. Okay, so we signed an agreement with a major bank, fifth largest, for 88 billion starting 1 January. And so we're trying to move that in advance now for Black farmers. We met on Friday with the Commerce Department. And so when I say that 1 + 1 could equal 100, okay, so that's why I joined. That's why I'm in. Okay, it's that time that we all come together, okay, and provide it. And what's happening with Black farmers? Think about it. You have farmers in 99 that we had the Pickford. So my farmers are actually named in the suit. They're not just part of the class.
Okay.
The Bates family goes back to Nicodemus in 1877.
Come on.
All right. Kansas, Black folk, ex-slaves got together in Kentucky, bought land in Kansas, and it ain't like today you got on a highway. All right. It's more wagon train. They went to Nicodemus, Kansas, and they created a community in 1877. Fort Coffee, 1830. Okay. And, you know, so these are people who are in that suit who, for some reason, because we always go to the grocery store,
Talk about
we
it.
don't think about where our food comes from and think about.
We don't. I just went to the. Never mind. Go ahead.
So if you can't feed yourself, that means that who can feed you gets their message to the people who are being fed first. And so if the 55 million of us in our family can't feed ourselves, then we're dependent on who can, or the 1.6 billion of us in the world who can feed us. So that's the unique opportunity that we have right now. I mean, I looked at the HR 40 and the sponsorship. Okay, we're what, you're knocking 190 right now. Okay, and so that last mile of getting it through the House, but you can also put it in congressional membership organization. You never had so many sponsors. And see, and go look it up, congressional membership organization. I'm doing this for Black farmers. Okay, I'm doing it because I've got people who are in their 80s, 90s, people who are dying off right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who are Black farmers who are now, okay, organized to talk the real on the money. We met with the, you know, they have this sister in USDA now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she's the deputy secretary. All right, so we had her on the phone on June 9th. There's
Yes,
only
sir.
one committee that speaks to the agriculture secretary for all minority farmers.
And that is.
And they had the Advisory Minority Farmers Committee, USDA. You just Google it and it'll tell you all about it. What you won't see from the June 9th meeting is the minutes. Now think about it. What, we're on June 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And the meeting was June 9th. The reason they don't publish the minutes, we speculate, is because we had Black farmers up there putting testimony on record. All right. And putting testimony on record for the Black man who, for the first time, runs the Agriculture House Committee. Think about it. We have Black people running financial services, Homeland Security.
This speaks to why us talking about legislative jurisdiction and us speaking about our citizenship and citizenry and our police officers and policy enforcers. This actually speaks to why this is so important, because if we're in specific courtrooms that are not fond of us, then our ability to actually be successful in getting our voices heard, where minutes should be disclosed publicly based off of the system of that court. If that's not the case,
they're going to be disclosed.
Okay.
It's just that they see the questions we ask can only be answered by the secretary. This committee reports only to the secretary, not the undersecretary, not the IG, not the people, you know, who are on there. But we pose the question, can you cut the check from the $10 million in Title A, subsection 1006 from the American Rescue Plan Act? And if you can cut the check, then will you cut the check for $12 million to create an economic model of the United States from August 25th, 1619, those English colonies, to August 25th, 2019? Because we use that because that's the law that was signed in 400 years, African American History Commission Act. So that's law. So we used it so that Miller and his crew, they can't, their man Trump signed the law.
Yeah.
Okay. So they can't object to their man Trump signing the law. On one hand, I mean, they can, of course, they like to change history.
So for a quick second, what I want to do is Diana Kimball had put in the Q&A, beyond the money, what is reparation all about? I believe we need to focus there. Number two, what do you say to someone who says she and her family weren't a part of slavery? Why should his taxes be used to do DNA testing on people who have ancestors of slaves? And number three, I am an African. what can we do to help this agenda beyond social media campaigning? I just want to address those three questions in the midst of our conversation, because I want to make sure that we're inclusive. One thing that I want to say to all of what you just said is that it's bigger than these five little, nations that we don't know nothing. You just said a lot to prove that we don't know nothing. A lot of us say a lot about a lot of things and we don't know nothing. I'm saying NUFFIN. We don't know enough and we don't know nothing. I want to thank you for all of the information that you have given. And I want to ask you before I address Diana's question and comment. Are you a member of NCOBRA?
Yep.
All right. So,
oh yeah. I said when I said we came in, okay, I'm the vanguard of our organizations joining as organizations in NCOBRA and helping revitalize chapters. Like I said, we're 600 organizations. We're 100 towns. Okay, World Conference of Mayors, Historic Black Towns and Settlements Alliance, National Association of Black Veterans. Okay, so yeah, I'm a member. I am a member right now.
And so I'm going to say, definitely there's an agricultural commission. There's definitely an agricultural commission. I think you provided us enough to say that if there wasn't one before, there is one today. So thank you, Brother Herschel.
All right, I appreciate it. And I'm going to join the international because that's where we got it all. The United Nations right now, 106 nations support us.
That's okay, and that's on the record.
That's on the record, brother. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
We got the vote, but the problem is our country is following England, who is fighting us to get a strong, permanent form. That means at least every year individually. Okay. Not under the HRC. Okay. And so.
All right. Thank you, Brother Herschel.
Thank you.
Asheo. So one of those things that that we can speak about when it comes to Diana, I hope that you are still here. One of those things that we can say is your reparations is about all peoplehood. So I really want to think about all peoplehood. I'm going to think about our environmental ecology, how healthy our systems are environmentally and agriculturally. I'm going to think about agriculture, horticulture, permaculture, vegetation and animals and wildlife. We need to be thinking about our housing and our infrastructure. We need to be thinking about telecommunication technology, Wi-Fi, mass media. Philadelphia was the headquarters to the cable boom, and there were so many Black businesses that all had individual cable companies that were consumed by Comcast, which is why everybody had a cable cord in their crib, and everybody had quote unquote illegal cable, but that's not what it was. We had already built an infrastructure in our communities based on all of the Black independent business owners who were able to provide cable to their community. And so reparations, when they talk about HR 40 being a commission to study reparations, we got to think about repair. Obviously, that's the root word of reparations, and is way more than a check. Reparations is way more than a check, which is the reason why we're having this conversation about land, which is the reason why we're having a conversation about our origins. We have somebody goes by the name of administrator. Can someone explain to those who may not know that Ashe means, what Ashe means and its origins? I'm going to do that. Thank you so much. And so reparations is to all of those specific areas. Diana, are you there? If you are, you could just feel free to just jump in and speak at any time. I want to answer or address part two. What do I say to someone who has, was never a part of slavery, don't have any ancestry, that may have been correlated to slavery, and why should his or her taxes be used to DNA test people? Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that tax dollars should be used for DNA purposes. I wouldn't say that. I don't, nah, I don't trust that they have an accurate understanding of where our people come from, because I just don't. However, I would say that none of this money is real in the first place. The truth about our funding and capital systems are that not only are we billions, if not trillions of dollars in debt to like so many other, like China, and so many other nations and corporate governments. The primary thing that I want to say is that our dollar isn't backed by anything other than the idea that our dollar means something. There is no mineral resource or indigenous resource that the United States is entitled to by any means, by anything, for its system of commerce and money to mean anything. The fact that we can just print money, the tool, as Herschel is saying, is a public-private partnership via the Federal Reserve, which is exactly what it is. Money is a tool that is a vehicle between public and private sectors of the world, citizenship, civilianship, personhood, as it relates to doing business, having commerce be established, all of those tricky little things, which is the reason why on the dollar, it says that it is a Federal Reserve note. The truth is that if we have the ability for us to have access to our own resources, we don't have to have a conversation about money at all. All we need to do is have a conversation about our own exchange as a people and how we are going to deal with each other based off of the things that we need, which is why this peoplehood conversation is so important, which is why having us have better forms of talking to each other is so important. So I just want to address number two, that reparations is bigger than money. Reparations is about capital, and capital comes in many forms, and money is not the only form of capital that we can speak to when speaking about reparations. So as an African, what can an African do to help this agenda beyond the social media campaign? Personally, I feel like as an African, what an African can do beyond a social media campaign is tell us some African stories about the transatlantic slave trade. If African people or an African person can speak to colonization by Britain or colonization by the French or by the Dutch or by the Spaniards, then we're able to create a parallel process, be able to create some correlations and some constellations between how specific nations have targeted and affected specific groups. And we'll be able to say X number of African people were taken from Guinea or Benin and moved to or transported to South Carolina by the Dutch or by the French or by a group. And then that group then in the American Colonization Society or by other means established colonies in Liberia, established colonies in X places. Then we could take this research and really begin to exchange it between one another, between Black and African people that are in the Americas and Black and African people that are in West Africa and all across the continent. I think that with some of that research and some of this storytelling, not only can we see our peoplehood in a more robust way, but we can also add to the academia and the scholarship that is showing how this is a unilateral effort, how this is a global diasporic effort, where the research and data that Black people in the States are coming up with and the Caribbean are coming up with is parallel and adjacent to the research and scholarship of Black people on the continent. I hope that answers the question for for you, Diana, and for everyone else that is listening. The United States owes African people reparations, and it's not my concern about how they're going to pay it. They owe it, and there is a monetary value to it. Even if we had all of our needs completely fulfilled by our people, the US would still owe reparations, and reparations should also be about punitive damages. You know, I don't disagree with that at all. We have the records of all the ship movements. Yes, we do. And it's very interesting because we have the records of the ships. We don't have any archives, not archives, artifacts. A lot of these artifacts, that's a whole nother conversation that when we speak to that, Brother Kepper, it's wonderful to see your face. I'm wondering if that means that we are going to hear your voice too. Whether you have something to share to these efforts. Yes, reparations is definitely old.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to speak on, when you spoke about different forms of capital, one type of capital that's not expressed enough is social capital. And social capital defined, if you break it down, social is human interaction, simply, and capital would be resource. So human interaction as a resource is what we talk about when we talk about unity. Human interaction as a resource is when we talk about Black economics. Human interaction as a resource is when we talk about all the things we need to do to get together. So the thing with peoplehood that's most important for me is that we have to repair the social capital which was broken apart due to our oppression. When we repair that, all the things that we need and want to do collectively become seamlessly easy.
You know, I'm about to really expand on that. I keep talking about the vibe, y'all. You're never going to hear me leave this point because we got social media, we got social distance, we got, what else? We got social everything. Social capital is the reason why Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, so many businesses are thriving. Social capital is the reason why the people that are the richest people in the world and the wealthiest, quote unquote, people in the world are the richest and wealthiest people. And it's that social part, that social dynamic, that ability for us to have this cooperation, camaraderie, collaboration socially that has been primarily broken up. And the thing about being agreeable, being functional, being unified socially is that there is a language, there is something that is a unifying force to folks in this social element. And so I'm gonna be real with y'all. We can get as intellectual and scientifically pedagogic and we could do all that as much as we want to. Are we reaching the social fabric, the microfibers that actually bring people together in a layman, everyday society aspect of our lives? Because if we were to do that, then we're going to have people, you know, it was mentioned that we should have a Black Zoom, AKA Boom. It ain't that deep, y'all. It ain't the fact that we use Adinkra symbols in order for us to have a logo for our own form of telecommunication systems via social media. It's not as much as that, as much as is the system functional, is our ability to speak truth to our power and circulate our commerce socially available to us? Is it safeguarding the conversations that we're having in a specific way? Do we have the cultural components and competency for us to continue to be agreeable and functional and progressive in our social context? It's that social capital piece, because the truth is that everyone else has found a way to tap into our social capital but us. And we naturally don't think about currency and finances in the same way as our quote unquote oppressor does. Speaking to Brother Herschel's point, the ways that we understood the ownership of land was not based on an individual, it was based on a community. And so this way of being has actually never changed because it's a part of who we are. So in thinking about social capital and our social functions and dynamics, not only do we need to take ownership and control over who we are tribally, ethnically, originally as a people. But we really need to also investigate how these social dynamics and functions have been exploited by other folks. All day up and down, I hear how TikTok is not accrediting all of the Black people that are creating the challenges in these dances. Why are we still on TikTok? Why? Do we have this fulfillment to be entertained that much that we're willing to continue to give TikTok all of this information and social capital? Or y'all get where I'm going. Y'all get where I'm going, because that's how they are monetizing. And so, Brother Kepper, I could not agree more. The social capital piece is the most pertinent to our peoplehood and our universal function in the diaspora. And I just want to thank you for bringing up that point. Sustainable development goals or global goals are the collection of 17 interlinked global goals designed to be the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Sustainable development goals were set up in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly and are intended to be achieved by the year 2030. They are included in all UN resolutions called the 2030 Agenda, or what is colloquially known as Agenda 2030. The Sustainable Development Goals were developed in the post-2015 development agenda as the future development framework to succeed the Millennium Development Goals, which ended in 2015. So one of the things that I want to say, not to the United Nations, I want to speak to that after I speak to Ashe. Ashe is a West African principle that means, and so it is. It means, so it shall be. It is the equivalent in some ways to amen. So it is. It speaks it into existence. It is a affirmation in the universe or to the land or to your higher source and your higher power to affirm and allow what you say to be. It is a very important thing to understand that Ashe is not just a word that means so it is. It is also actual matter. It is also actual existence. Blood is a principle of Ashe because it is plasmatic, it is moving, it is alive. Fire is Ashe. Breast milk is Ashe. Semen is Ashe. Running bodies of water also qualify as Ashe. Anything that is constantly in flow, constantly in motion, has the life force and source within it, while it is constantly in motion and in the rhythm of the universe, is a principle of Ashe. So while we may say the word Ashe, that means so it is. The element of pouring water out in libations and saying Ashe is that live component with the vibration of the word Ashe and the liquid that I pour out my libation. That moving water and that running water is going to speak life into the name and into the plant and onto the rock and onto whatever we are pouring the water onto, so that it can be transferred and communicated into the universe, so that what we say shall be. So I just want to honor all of the things that are being brought up in the chat and speak to that Ashe principle. And so I want to go back to these sustainable development goals. Democracy is the reason why countries have been subjected to the financial jurisdiction of the European global empire. And democracy is the way that the United Nations comes up with its universal plans for the world. And what they do is give you this idea and this suggestion. They give you this idea and this suggestion of what things should be and could be in order for them to do what they would like to do. And I'm only saying this because the surface of the Sustainable Development Goals would say to us and show to us that these are things that all people need and all people deserve, the same as the Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights that has been agreed upon by the United Nations. However, I want us as a people, as a diasporic people, as an indigenous people, to have our own Sustainable Development Goals that are not democratic in the processes of what we think democracy to be. I just really want to reiterate this again. Who is the United Nations to tell an indigenous group of people who have had their own systems and functions of living in society for thousands of years, what they need to do in order for them to fit into the global agenda of climate change and global warming? Who are they? And so I don't want us to be confused in speaking specifically to global goals that many quote unquote developed nations have come up with that need to be implemented in other places, because what that would do is it would have us fit into the idea that democracy is what all of the world needs, when people really need to represent themselves. With that being said, it is extremely important that we look at the Sustainable Development Goals to understand how so many countries are building to that end, how so many nations and corporations are building to that end, and what role that we need to play here in the Americas in order for us to be supporters of that. Yes, there is the 2063 agenda by the African Union. That's very important as well. It's important for us to know that there is a such thing called the African Union, and there is a such thing called CARICOM. The African Union and CARICOM. The African Union is the conglomerate of African nations similar to the United Nations who promote and declare what shall be for their nations on the continent, the same way that CARICOM is the conglomerate of Caribbean nations that do the same for themselves. All right, so the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. It's a high-level advisory body to the Economic and Social Council. The forum was established 28th of July of 2000, and it speaks to issues of economic and social development, culture and environment, education, health, and human rights. So, you know, we now have a chance to create our own for people of African descent, 1.6 billion together. All right, you know, I really want to hear more from you all. I know folks have been listening. I know sometimes the conversation and dialogue can just be invigorating and exciting. I want us to make sure that, you know, I hear it and I see it. From Makemba, you know, hey, listen, I'm right there with you. We don't need the United Nations to live. We might like to coexist peacefully with them, but no group has the right to superimpose their way on another culture. There are some things that we need to include and understand about how the United Nations begins to express, and even in a participatory context, for those that are a part of the United Nations, how we're able to have a more global, corporate, and democratic conversation on what those participating nations would like to do and agree upon in the sense of capital and commerce and maritime law. However, there are also some things that we need to consider independent of the United Nations and agree upon as the birthright and blood right land individuals, because that is who we are. We live in a time where man can destroy all other men, and that is true, Brother Herschel. That is true. So we got from Administrator Bro Rick, what is the plan B for reparations are not achieved, while we should pursue reparations? Should we focus or give priority to repairing ourselves? You know, the answer is absolutely yes. Personally, to me, you do what you're supposed to do, and you create the situations necessary to tell people to mind their business. That's what you do. So I do what I do. If I want to have a bunch of children in my space with the agreement of their parents for me to give them a Pan-African, Black, global, diasporic, indigenous history, education, heritage-based lessons so that they know who they are, then that's what I'm gonna do. I don't need no safe serve for me to serve my community, because the Black Panther Party didn't need that when their people were hungry. We don't need those things. You know, there should be no conversation about receiving permission from a people that never asked me what my participation would be in their system, after telling me how they wanted me to participate in their system, for me to choose whether or not I want to agree with their systems and policies when it comes to giving my people what they need. This is the reason why I keep saying what I'm saying. We're going to run our schools the way we're going to run our schools. Let's just run our schools the way we're going to run our schools. Let's have our people buck up to the fact that we're going to run our schools the way that we want to run our schools. And what you will not do is you will not legally tell me that I will not receive the necessary tax dollars that I am contributing to the city, the municipality, and or the state for my schools to be as functional as they must for my children to receive the education that they need to have. Reparations needs to be a two-sided thing. If you were to ask me, this is my personal opinion. Like I said, this will be some times where I'm speaking on behalf of NCOBRA, and it's going to be times that I'm speaking on behalf of your boy, okay, myself. And speaking on behalf of your boy, myself, one of the things that I would like to say to Brother Rick's point is that we need to do for self. If it's an abandoned lot that's been whatever for however many years, if we just say, yo, let's get the soil popping, let's put the gate around this joint, and let's rotate who's going to work this so that we can feed ourselves, and then let's sell it. Not using Federal Reserve notes, because once you do that, you become subject under their jurisdiction because you're using their form of commerce and currency. But our own little just vibe, we create our own little vibe for me to say, like, I'm gonna put in this work in order for me to get this return. That's what we need to do, so that when the city or whoever wants to stop, search, seizure, whatever, then we have our attorneys ready in that court of law to say, nah, bro, this is us, this is ours. This is how we're going to go about this. This is the ways that we need to think about these things for agriculture. To Brother Herschel's point, in my opinion, in addition to all of the things that we need to do agreeably and cooperatively in a domestic context, a hyperlocal context, and in the global context. In terms of education, this is how we need to think of our daycares, our after-school programs, our freedom schools. And I don't mean that literally with the actual freedom schools. I mean that the schools that actually give our children freedom. Reparations is a thing that we need to do and create systems and processes adjacent to it, so that when folks try to interrupt, we are able to meet them and greet them and say, mind your business. Thank you. However, I would like to invite administrator to the, in the queue, so that he or she or we may speak to some of our thoughts and some of our opinions about the subjects that have been presented. So, administrator, are you there?
Yes, let's see. Are you speaking to? I'm Brother Rick. Are you addressing the issues I just raised?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, let's see. Well, mainly, at the point I was making, we shouldn't just be dependent on others with the emphasis on reparations. Although
Can you speak a little closer to your microphone, if possible?
Okay. Okay, as I was saying, we shouldn't just be dependent on others insofar as just pursuing reparations, but also giving priority to repairing ourselves and creating as many self-reliant institutions that we can develop on our own with our own resources. So this is
yeah. Brother Rick, I want to go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's a priority. But as I said, that simultaneously, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, so we can simultaneously strive for reparations without, getting ourselves in a trick bag where if it doesn't come through, or we're just dependent on that. So we want to first and foremost be self-dependent and create our own institution.
Brother Rick, this is the reason why, first of all, absolutely, yes. This is the reason why Herschel's point was so paramount, in my opinion, personally, because walking requires a lot of natural cognitive cerebral function. Walking is listening, seeing, smelling. There are different levels of elevation and descent in the ground. Our feet are designed for them to like curve and move as the individual bones, allow for us to step on different points of elevation or descent in the ground. We looking both ways while we crossing the street, and we chewing gum and we talking. And so I'm saying all of that to say is a lot more to chewing gum and walking at the same time, so that we understand that so much gets done when we just choose to do. So much gets done and so much is happening that we may not even be able to call into our actual process when we make the choice to do. And there's a difference between making a choice and making a decision. A decision typically means that word side, homicide, suicide, decide. We know D is to like almost remove or take away, and side is to kill or vanquish or extinguish. And so what we're doing is we're killing and vanquishing of the options when we are deciding. But that means that there's more options than just one. And the one option that should be the only option is freedom, truth, and liberation. This is the difference between a choice and a decision. So if we are choosing to move forward in our freedom for reparations, then there's so much that we will just simply do. And the concept and the idea of walking and chewing gum at the same time means that we will be surprised by how much we got done when we make that choice. Brother Rick, I want to thank you for asking that question and also providing the answer to that question at the same time. We have a question from, or an address from.
Thank you.
Absolutely, bro, Rick. We have in the queue, Sylvester Rivers. I've seen an increased narrative to blame the success of the slave trade on those Africans that participated in the selling of those slaves. And can you give tie to this into the struggle for reparations? So I'm gonna do this.
Wait, Brother Rayshaun, 1 second.
Sir.
We're at the 2:46 mark. So at 3, we're going to schedule a little break. So I just want to let you and others be aware of that as we continue.
Yes, sir. Y'all heard that live and direct. We're going to take a break at that 3 o'clock mark. I'm going to invite Sylvester to speak with us while we just give a little context to this. Wow, Sylvester. I don't really do the whole. Well, Sylvester, are you here? I want to. I do want to do what you asked, which is to tie this into the struggle for reparations. So as you may be getting situated, I want to let you know that I want to address your question and your comment.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Sylvester. Before I go, would you like to speak more to the question and comment that you made? Because the truth is, I'm feeling what you're saying. I'm really feeling.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion around this. I just came back from Ghana, and the sister was telling her side of the story, which was that they came with armaments that they were outgunned, so to speak. So yes, they did fight, but at the same time, they had no choice because they were being slaughtered. But I keep hearing an escalated narrative that, well, we participated and couldn't happen with it. So I think there is some evidence or studies that show that's the case, but I think it's trying to be blown out of proportion to take the blame off of the Europeans who did it. So, and there hasn't been a lot of research on this, it doesn't seem like. So I'm hoping that we can, then a friend of mine sent me some videos discussions about people apologizing for this. And so it's a convoluted situation. But I also know that Africans fought, they got together to fight the Europeans to stop the trade. So, but I was listening to some NPR documents or documentaries. And I know NPR is very racist. They state controlled. They were basically putting it, well, they don't like us. You know, they sold you. So all these things that are convoluting the need to gain reparations. Well, you know, you did it yourself. So, and I think this is an increasing narrative that's not by accident, but by design.
Okay. I don't believe what they tell us. I'm gonna just start off with that one. Now let's do a little bit of deep dive into the history. I'm good now. And one of the things that I want to say is that we don't do this one thing, y'all. I hope y'all are here. I hope everyone is listening. We don't do enough of this. 1492 is when Europeans reconquered Spain, Italy, that particular region. Is that true or false? That's true. That is also the time period that Christopher Columbus, Cristobal, whatever other name, because Christopher Columbus is a title. This is not his original name. Set sail for the Americas. That is also that particular time period. If we understand the Reconquista, it was a war. It was a large war that was going on between the Moorish African individuals that were in Europe, occupying at the time after conquering for 711 years, and those individuals of the Catholic religion. We got to consider the Crusades too, between the Catholics and the Ottoman Empire, because this is all one conversation. If we understand Mansa Musa was the king of all of North Africa. We ain't gonna act like he was just in West Africa, because that's a boss move. I want us to grow our understanding of our empirical status here in the world. Okay, so let's go back to 1492. There was a great war that was going on for hundreds of years. Yet, when speaking about the transatlantic slave trade, we never talk about Africans' participation in this great war. And one thing that we understand about war is that when indigenous people go to war, slavery is a concept of citizenship, civilianship exchange, or acquisition. What I am doing is I am acquiring more women or more men to serve a specific role and function in my society to build civilization in the image of my tribe, in the image of my dynasty, in the image of my house, in the image of my family. However, this information about a great war in 1492 gets lost in translation. So why do I say that? Who were the individuals that the Portuguese, when they have relationships with China, when they have relationships with India, when they have relationships with France and the Dutch, who are these individuals that were responsible for creating the specific agreements in many of these African nations? And what participation did African nations have in this great war? Is there an understanding of how information gets disseminated back then during those time periods for us to know that the rulers or the emperors of specific regions were doing business with others in spite of others? What type of subjection did Europeans have to Africans? What if there was a reverse to the story that was flipped on African people? There's a specific ethnic group and tribal group of Turks, Greeks, and Arabs called the Fulani. And the Fulani are a group of individuals that came and descended from North Africa and from the Sudan based on their relationship to the Ottoman Empire and the other specific groups during that time period that were largely responsible for the conquering of many Nigerian and West African into South African nations, which are not even the same ethnic group of African people that they try to say, quote unquote, sold themselves into slavery. I really want us to begin to do more history and research on this, to Sylvester's point, because they're not going to tell us any of this information that I'm just sharing about this one time period that is 1492. That's just the first thing that I want to say. Then the second thing goes into how history is his story. So history may in large be created for many of us to think about and conceptualize so that we begin to apologize for things that we never did. You might have specific ethnic, tribal African groups that are apologizing for selling, quote unquote, Black people into slavery when that never happened, because they've been so far removed from the truth of their history and been told his story that they begin to believe some of what was said to them versus what has actually come from them. So to Sylvester's point, we got to read between the lines that are not even there when we begin to have this conversation about how the transatlantic slave trade actually went down and which groups were actually selling individuals into slavery or liberating and freeing individuals from slavery. And that does require a whole lot more study and research that we should really begin to dive into. And so I want to invite our information and media commission to speak, because they have their hand up. And to be honest, I want to transition it into that so that, you know, we can go into our breaks and do some of the things that we need to do: stand up, stretch, sit down, move our neck. Some of us are probably already doing that. So information and media commission, do your thing.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what you spoke about. I mean, excuse me, Sylvester's statement and question. And I think what we need to do is look at it in a simple way as well. Traders, sellouts, and turncoats are given amongst human activity. That's a given. So what's happened is that these folks have what I call, well, not what I call, but what is called gaslighting, to make us believe that what minority or few or anomalous or rare Africans that were sellouts and that were selling to Europeans, as if that's only some phenomenon with us. And we've bought into it that we're trying to over-explain it and trying to, well, you know, and this and that. And we're going through all these hoops for something that's naturally occurring. Our ancestors told us in Proverbs, you gotta beware of some of your own folks internally. In ancient Kemet, known as Egypt by some, or by a lot, when they talk about the Asar or Osiris, as Greeks call him, and Set, Satesh, that's their brother. One brother killed the other brother. So you go to the Bible, Cain killed Abel. So why all of a sudden now, where we can all remember and all know, and in our personal life, we got people that we love and trust that did us dirty. We got people we know and trust. If it happened to us, we see it in other people that did other people dirty. So we fell into a real sad gaslighting situation where we feel that we have to defend something that they put on us, like, well, look what y'all did. Like, well, as opposed to who? As opposed to who, like as if that's not a common thing that happens, or that's not to be expected. There's a reason why they have spy networks, you know, and people with stuff like that.
Let me say this.
That's a common thing, and I think we should really be careful in trying to even intellectualize something that they are trying to make us feel guilty about, that we know is a rare, it happens, it's accurate, but you have to have accuracy and relevancy together. And those conversations lack integrity, because they'll throw out the accuracy and not give you the relevancy.
You
They'll
know,
throw out the facts and not give you the context.
I just want to
So that's
say
all I'm
this.
saying.
I just want to say this to your point, and then we're gonna have a 30-minute break. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of British people were too poor for the society to maintain them during this 1492 time period. That's a fact. You can look up any records and archives and it'll show you that. I actually have some images to show. I'm getting bold today, y'all. I actually have some images to show the exodus of people from Europe onto boats to be brought to the Americas because they were poor and unfit to take care of themselves in Europe. And many of these folks were, when we talk about people selling themselves into slavery, you know, white people don't make no images like this that are, come on, y'all. And so I'm sure I got a ton of this, but my point is that when we speak about the tribal and ethnic differences that people may have when selling themselves into slavery, there's a lot of history that we don't know about with white folks selling themselves into slavery. I'm gonna say two more things. Apprenticeship is deeper than what we think it is today during this specific time period. And Benjamin Franklin was an indentured servant who ran away from his indenture and changed his name to Benjamin Franklin. I want us to understand this part of history too, because we would never know who was actually brought to the Americas from Britain as an indentured servant or a quote unquote slave or Slav, as the Germans would say. This word slave or Slav from the Germans, and why the Germans are so anti-slavery or slavery based on what was happening in Europe during the time period. Now I'm talking specifically to this notion that quote unquote your people sold themselves into slavery. Their story would make our story their story. That's what history does. So I'm sharing this information with you so that we can read between the lines that are not there. And with that, I would love it if we take our 30-minute break. I'm gonna play a little bit of music. Y'all can continue the conversation in the chat. And this is really only the beginning. Let's continue. Let's keep it going.
Hey, Mia.
Hey, yeah, I tuned out because I thought they were going to have a 1 hour discussion, but it's been over 2.5 hours. 3 hours.
One is nice. I actually have a question. They had a long conversation with Ben yesterday about the whole narrative that those Africans sold. It wouldn't, the slave trade would not exist if those Africans didn't participate. So I ask you, because my friend sent me this thing from NPR, and it was very.
Alelele mama, mama la la lelele. Oh, shake it for Africa, yeah, do it for Africa. Mama mama lelele, oh lelele mama, oh shake it for Africa. Oh, you rise up and stand up for Africa.
See the whole world be looking at us, yeah, 'cause our land is honey, all the future money, and see now, see Akijima, no, Asilali, see Atandi Mali, they want it, yo, they need it, man, we have it, yes, let the world come and taste this beautiful land, they want it, oh, they need it, yeah, we have it, let the world come and taste this beautiful land now.
this continent. All your sisters and your brothers and your friends. Let's get together, let's hold hands and let us dance. Let's unite and give ourselves another chance. I see the walk out for road, you go see many things, everything they happen, people they jolly. Oh yeah, now let Africa be great. And in the sun or the rain or the street and the pain, we still they get together. Because let Africa be great. Oh, Nelson Mandela, Lupita Nyong'o, oh Desmond Tutu, Africa be great. Oh Barack Obama, Kwame Nkrumah, all my freedom fighters.
Everybody move, make a see your hands up. We came a long way, so now we can't stop. Free for life, we're taking off the handcuffs. We came to spread love through the sea breeze. Natural, Mama Africa, we need peace. Home sweet home, everybody will feel free. Check my people and check the beauty. Me my duty, we're trying to make it a better place for us. And I believe it's gonna happen in God we trust. Straight from the bottom all the way up to top. I prophesy, it shall come to pass. Amen. From dust to grass, from grass to grace. But it's left to us to make it happen on a daily basis. Back to back, Africa stand for peace. Let's face the fact.
Asante nyerere baba, tunajivunia upendo wetu na amani. Tena pia Mugabe bendera baba, tunajivunia upendo wetu na amani. Tumejaliwa mengi, tena mengi, majengo milima mbuga Afrika yetu. Tazama mengi, tena mengi, mito milima mbuga Afrika yetu. journey of 1,000 miles, side by side with you. We've seen it all, we've done it all. And through the river Nile to the promised land, I have faith we will cross over. And as the sun goes down, be the star that lights my sky. And as we cross the river Jordan, give me hope that I'm not waiting in vain.
Oh, okay, y'all, we back. We are back. We are back. We are back. I hope that some of us are still in attendance. I hope that we are all here. Hold on, everybody. I just gotta send this last thing. Okay. I'm back. Kathy, Diana, Doug, Thea, Fatima, M. Lowry, Linda, Carmo, H.K. Hall, Herschel, Helen, Nance, Phyllis, Ralph, Rock, Sylvester, Sherry, Sheila, Victoria, Zaid. We here or we in the building? Are we in attendance? Bob Adala, Ann Rubin and SF. Akua. Are we in attendance? All right, we're on a roll. Let's get it rolling again. Big things for us to do, big things for us to discuss. Wonderful conversation for us to continue. I'm glad that everybody was able to really put their 2 cents in. I'm glad that everybody was able to really share some of their opinions and their perspectives. We have a questionnaire that we'd like to send out to everybody. This way we can have the conversation live in a specific way where we're able to answer the questions or look at some of the questions that we may have in relation to some of the work. We've been having a really in-depth conversation about some things. I want to continue to invite folks to come in and speak. I want to continue to invite folks to share in the Q&A some of the things that they're thinking about, some of the concerns that they may have. One of the questions that hopefully we can have from our information and media team answer is, is there any way that the chat is saved for the attendees? I believe so. The truth is that I believe that there is not only that ability, but that capability for it to be shared to all the participants. Maybe it's something that lives in the YouTube link. The short answer should be yes. And if there isn't, then there just isn't. And if that is technically impossible, then there's not much we could do about that other than continue to screen share each individual thing. I think that our media and commission team and the folks that are working behind the scenes value the conversation that's being held in the chat for them to save it and send it out to everybody. And I hope that actually provides some context around ways that we could do that and implement that. And so, now I'd like to open up the questionnaire so we can really take a dive. It's been shared in the chat. Hopefully in the sharing of the questionnaire in the chat, we have the ability Absolutely. Hopefully, we have the ability to look at some of these questions and answer them, or just think about them. It's important that we get our juices flowing, our brains flowing, when it comes to doing our best to looking at or have the answers to some of these questions, because reparations is a big topic. As I've been saying, Blackness is not a monolith. It ain't like everybody's Black experience is the same. It ain't like every hood is the same. It ain't like every nuclear family or family in general is the same with anybody. So it's unfair for us to expect for our experiences to be the same in any way. With that being said, it's important to know that no organization is the organization for all people. An organization is the organization for those people that are a part of that organization. The idea for NCOBRA is that it is a representation of coalescing organizations and individuals who seek the same goal of full repair for a people. And with that understanding, it is important that we value the voices of all of our partnering, collaborating, participating, action-oriented organizations, so that we make up a choir of voices, we make up a band, we make up a symphony, we move harmoniously, bringing the perspectives of all the people who represent and participate in these individual organizations that are coalescing in the coalition and are able to speak to more truths and more realities as it relates to Blackness. Because like I said, it's not a monolith. You know, one of the things about this recording or technology that is, Victor, is that, you know, everything that we're saying is probably being transcribed anyway, whether or not we have a technology feature that could do that. You know, YouTube, you can put the closed captioning on it. And it'll actually like take your words and put the closed captioning of the words based on its ability to take the audio and do that. And so there may be some technology that's able to do that, transcribe all of the words and disseminate it in the form of an actual script to all of our attendees. I hope y'all took that 30 minutes to do something that you needed to do. I did. And now we're back. Now we are back to bust the work down, bust the work out. One of the things that I want to share is we left off talking about the transatlantic slave trade largely being responsible, or who was responsible for the transatlantic slave trade in a specific way, saying that there's a larger narrative around African people selling African people, and that being the scapegoat in many ways to addressing our peoplehood and addressing the crimes against humanity against us. And then there was a response by myself and others in support to say that let's look at a little more history. Let's begin to actually answer that question differently. Let's address that with a different set of eyes, because that's not entirely true, nor is it entirely fair. The ethnic groups have sold other ethnic groups and tribes into slavery. And it hasn't just been African people to do so. In fact, much of the war that was taking place in Europe at the time consisted of a lot of that among those folk. And so it's just something that we actually don't necessarily talk about, and that we need to talk about a lot more. So let's return to some more questions, comments, things that we want to raise up in relation to reparations. Let me take a little sip of this water, and I want to begin to revisit our 5 injury areas, though we've been speaking about them this entire time: our peoplehood, our education systems, wealth, poverty, or wealth and abundance, rather, our criminal system, and what's that other one? Our criminal system and our health as a people. We've spoken about all of these things. However, now let's actually speak about them explicitly. You know, yes, sir.
Yeah, one thing that I think is when we say the theme of this convention, reparations now more on a check, we need full reparations. I think what needs to be highlighted with that, when we're talking about the 5 injury areas, is the systemic and structural racism that has those 5 injury areas become chronic in so many different ways. The 5 injury areas can be broken down into a whole bunch of subgroups, you know, to where it's like, okay, for example, criminal punishment, you got mass incarceration, you got police profiling, you got the school to prison pipeline, you know, you got sentencing, discrimination. So, you know, with all the 5 injury areas, they can be broken down to a lot of subgroups, but specifically criminal punishment, that one really needs to be emphasized about how and why it's more than just getting money. Because no matter how much, you know, we've all heard about celebrity athletes, celebrity entertainers, period. They go somewhere and, you know, they're not recognized, even though they're making 10 times more than the people who are harassing them are harassed. And it's like, oh, you're this person? I didn't know. You know, so I think criminal punishment and all the manifestations of the criminal punishment injury area is a real demonstration of why, when we talk about reparations, it's definitely more in check.
Yeah, you know why it's also more than a check? Because America's money don't mean anything but debt. They could give us a check as much as they want to. It's just going to continue to deepen the debt that the United States, not America, the United States is actually in. I think it's important for us to identify and understand that, you know, they could give us as much money as they want to. That money ain't their money for them to give us. So in a lot of ways, it's definitely more than a check when we think about political prisoners, as you say, when we think about all of these specific and unique things. And for us as an organization, it's extremely important that we identify and make some clarifications, some distinct clarifications on that, because we'll have a lot of people be confused. We'll have a lot of people really think that it's something that it's not. We'll have a lot of people really believe in something that they've been given, when what they've been given is a holiday. And I don't even mean that, you know, no pun, I don't mean that with any pun intended, but many folks may actually receive the equivalent to a holiday and really believe that that's reparations. Many folks may receive something and really think that it's something that it's not. So I actually want to ask you, Brother Kepler, if you would like to even speak more to that, more to the understanding that reparations is more than a check.
Yeah, one thing that's almost taken for granted is that reparations literally means to repair.
Means to
it's
repair.
Means the form of repair. So when you're repairing something, you're definitely fixing it and making sure that it's at least functional and optimally back to its original state. And obviously, not obviously, for most of us, we want to get back to our optimal original state, not just, all right, we're good, you know, and thanks a lot for getting us close to, no, which is why the whole switch from racial healing to the promotion of the racial healing component is to move away from the repair, you know, truth, reconciliation, and healing that moves from the debt and then moves from the repair. Because when you cause injury to someone, well, excuse me, let me say it like this. The reparations speaks about justice. You can get reconciliation and not get justice. You can reconcile with something, be like, I'm just let that go. I'm just take the L and, you know, I'll get over it, you know. And I think where the main issue has come and been drilled into our minds is that, and you spoke about this with Christianity specifically, but I would say in a later conversation, if we were to have it, certain types of Christianity talks about forgiving in that way. Other types are talking about, you know, bring the sword, you know, like we're not having it. You know, the Crusades forward Christian soldiers. So they gave Christianity to us in one way, oh, forgive and this and that, but they were terrorizing the world with their newly adopted, the Europeans were terrorizing the world with their newly adopted Christian mantra and doctrine that they decided to take up. So yeah, Christianity for us, it was given to us one way, but a lot of Christianity was used to kill and oppress the rest of the world. But that's a different conversation. But back to specifically when we're talking about justice routinely, historically precedes forgiveness. You were to receive forgiveness once justice, you were to offer or give forgiveness after you receive justice. You would say, okay, I got my justice, now I forget. Somewhere, somehow, where people have been adopting the whole Buddhist and Hinduism, they somehow mixed it up or got people believing that you can replace justice with forgiveness. So when you replace justice when you replace justice with forgiveness, many times there's a hollow and there's an emptiness, or there's this confusion like, yeah, I forgive, I'm not holding on to any anger, whatnot, but you still don't feel whole. Because you're old, because there's something that was supposed to happen. There's a repair that's supposed to happen. Because forgiveness is like, without justice, is like us doing self-reparations and letting the United States off the hook.
All day.
That's what forgiveness is. That's what people are promoting in individual life. So I think because we promote that individually, it is hard to then say collectively, let's seek justice if we don't even seek justice in our individual personal lives. Justice has to be a way of living. Whether it's personal with me and you, or it's collective with us and the country. And I think that's a sticking point that doesn't allow our people to really embrace reparations, because in their everyday life, they're told you don't have to have justice. All you gotta do is forgive and get over it and keep it moving. So we need to be, one part of internal reparations that I see, we need to make justice paramount. with us as individuals and with accountability, so that it's not a foreign concept, or it's not a two-step concept. Like, oh, okay, well, we're not gonna do justice here in the community amongst things we see, but you know, with them white people, yeah, we're gonna get our justice. It causes cognitive dissonance, and that cognitive dissonance causes us to act very emotionally and irrationally, and not do the strategic work. Take it from the sister yesterday, being strategic, not doing the strategic work that we need to organize and move effectively.
You know, we got a hand in the queue. I want to bring you through so that you could speak peace. You can speak peace, because I know that you have it.
You've been seeing me typing all this stuff, and I want to say thank you so very much. And again, I'm just so proud to be working with NCOBRA. I'm also known as Lisa Davis, and I just happen to be with the Health Commission, and I'm really enjoying being able to have these conversations in depth. And I just want to just raise a couple of points real quickly, if I may. And for me, like, social justice is definitely very important, and everybody should be entitled. Everybody should get social justice, everyone. I think that the whole construct of US society and what it calls itself, I think it's a very unhealthy way for anybody to live. I mean, when you think about it, the United States has been at overt war for the last 20 years, and that's not even on people's mind, not to speak to the covert war and all of the injustice that is going around. So definitely justice is very important. It should be a part of our work. But I don't equate social justice with reparations. And I understand what the brother is saying. Don't get me wrong at all. I do understand that. But what I see that they do with our people when it comes to the issue of reparations, I had the chance to study a little bit about what happened with the victims of the Nazi Holocaust and the language and everything they used and some of the things they got. And I don't say that we should model reparations necessarily after how they were treated, but we should not want anything less than what they had received, for sure. And I think they try to use that issue of money when it comes to Black people in such a negative way. I think sometimes they try to use that as if to be like, oh my gosh, you should have more altruistic motives, and you can't want that. And I think it's important for us to be very clear and say, no, but we do want it, because they'll try to do something, which is what I felt they did with this. I don't even call it a holiday. African people had been commemorating Juneteenth, and then what they did with it, I think, was to just try to get us off track. And when I look at what they did with the victims of the Nazi Holocaust and the terrorism, TEREZIN declarations, it was something completely different. And I encourage all of us to study that and look at that. But it's like trying to get us off our center. I feel that it is right for us to say, yeah, we are going to demand social justice no matter what. We are going to do that. But you owe us a debt. You owe us money. I have no problem with saying the word money to them. You owe that. And even if we were all billionaires, they would still owe us that. So I just want to say that, although I do appreciate all the issues that are being raised, because we know that with this conversation with us, that we have to make it more than just about, okay, we just got some money or what. We know we have to make it more than that for us. We know that. But to the colonizer, to the United States, you owe us, and you're going to pay. You are going to pay, and yes, you owe us money. I have no problem with saying the word money or check or anything like that to them. But of course, we know it's about something more than that. But I just want to add that into the mix. And thank you so much for giving me a few minutes to hear me. And also, dear brother, I know yesterday you were talking about like the drum beat and vibrational healing and all of that. I just wanted to let you know that I want to just talk with you more personally about that at some other point. But again, thank you so much. And I'm just so proud of what everybody's talking about.
We owe more than a check, obviously. We shouldn't have a problem saying that we deserve money. 240 plus years of institutionalized slavery. I mean, I shouldn't have to pay no taxes.
Exactly.
I should have some land that's just mine, like straight up. For real, like you know what? Let me not even get into that bag.
Well, you know what's funny that you say that, and Sister Makiwa, when I said justice, I was referring more to about restorative justice, and I know you with the Healing Network, you're very familiar with that concept of restorative justice versus social justice, and I think with restorative justice, it's real clear that the offender has to pay. The offender with restorative justice, and I'll find a link and put it in the chat. With restorative justice, it's real clear, like, yo, this is what you did, you owe, you gotta pay. And the social justice, I agree wholeheartedly with what the sister was saying, because the social justice thing doesn't do it. It doesn't necessarily put the, hey, you gotta pay, hey, you've been an offender. So I can definitely agree with you on that. But what I was speaking about when I spoke to justice, I was referring to restorative justice. And I'm glad you said that, because I'm gonna make sure now that I put the word restorative when I talk about justice, so people are clear, like, okay, he's talking about that, and not, think I'm speaking about social justice.
Right, and I just want to, I know that we're all on the same side and all that kind of stuff, and we just are saying some of the same things, but maybe in different ways a little bit. I know that was an oxymoron what I just said, but I just wanted to, I know some people have, I know with me, some people have tried to come at me like that when they're trying to throw me off track or whatever. So I just wanted to, just to raise that. And
thank you, sis, because I'm going to use, because you saying that has tightened me up and made sure that I'm real clear and definitive of what I say. I thank you for that.
I know, and I try to use a little bit of wit sometimes and sarcasm. If you all might not have gotten that, but just know that about me. But people have asked me before when they're trying to be condescending. So what do you want to check? I'm like, I'll take Cash App. I'll take all of those things. I don't care, I'm open to the forms of payment. I'll take a check, Cash App, pennies. I don't care, but you owe reparations and you're gonna pay it. That's sort of like, but again, these conversations that we're having amongst ourselves are so important, because only we can heal ourselves, really. Only we can do that for ourselves.
First of all, get out the way. You feel me? Every example of reparations that we have done for ourselves has been a get out the way movement. Really, it's actually just been like, yo, you see how we do when it's us? Okay, thank you. Look, y'all, it ain't like we don't intrinsically know what we deserve. It really isn't like we don't intrinsically know what we deserve. It's almost to the point where it's like we having so many conversations about how to approach this thing when we intrinsically know what we deserve. So yeah, being able to really pull on the coalition to be able to stand in specific corners and represent themselves as pillars to this movement, to buttress and hold this thing up, is really what we need to do. Thank you, Sister McKimber.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, so let's look at these. Let's look at some of these injury areas explicitly. We've spoken about all of them in the conversation, but let's actually begin to look at them in an explicit way. And so one of the things that we haven't spoken to directly, I don't think, in a certain way, is health and wellness. I've always stated that in many of our communities, our people haven't been given the necessary tools, skills, education, and academia to elevate their thinking. Their cerebral cortex has not been fully developed in a way that allows the parts of their brain that actually support cognitive function to really thrive and evolve the way that it needs to. And so there are so many of our people in certain parts of our communities that have not been given the opportunity to grow and evolve and mature as adults in a specific way that will have them engage conflict resolution skills in a certain way, vocabulary, so on and so forth, because of how school has actually failed them. And we know that this has targeted our community more than others. Yeah, we have poor people all over the United States. However, there's not specific evidence like there is evidence to support how Black people have been targeted in the specific ways that Black people have been targeted. And so what I want to say and speak to is when we think about reparations in the context of health and wellness, there's liquor lining that we need to account for. There's the war on drugs that we need to account for. And there are the centuries of pseudoscience that have said that Black people and the African and the Negroid is less than. There's so much information to show how the United States has had a propaganda campaign since day one to make sure that Black people and the Negro in this country only understand themselves to be subservient and less than. I mean, there's a case right there that just proves itself. We don't really have to do too much research, because the first feature film to be shown in the White House is The Klansman. That's the first feature film to be shown in the White House, which has been renamed to The Birth of a Nation, which talks about how Klansmen save white women from ravaging, savage Black men who don't know anything else to do but rape white women. We know how untrue that is. We have enough history and research to show how untrue that is. And so to this point of health and wellness, there's two adjacent things we need to think about. The reparatory justice that's necessary from the actual United States as a company and corporation responsible for the propaganda of subjecting Black people or subjecting the world to thinking that Black people are less than, the necessary capital that is needed to make those repairs in a media context, in a telecommunications context, in a historical, contextual context. And then there's also the work that we need to do as a people. I'm not interested in learning too much of and Birth of a Nation was the movie, Michelle, exactly. I'm not really interested in learning about Isaac Newton. I'm not. I went to school, and in high school, once I learned that Black people were the truth, we are the fertilizer. Once I learned that, and I began to hear all of these white names, I actually became violent in my chest. Like I felt like I was in some type of Mandela effect when I was in school. For the 1 year that I was in school, hearing all these white names do all these things. And I can't do it. I can't do it. Like I can't not. When we're really saying the Matrix or whatever we want to call it, there's a certain part of violence personally that I felt in my spirit toward the information that was like a blatant lie, an agreement for me to believe that these people are responsible for how we need to see the world. I'm sharing that because when we think about health and wellness and science, nothing has really changed about how we understand science. Eurocentric medicine and science has been very violent. Exactly. I'm just literally reading from the chat. So it's unfair that we've based all of our science based on the pseudoscience of Charles Darwin and the family that he was a part of that were all eugenicists in all different parts of the Western and European world, playing different roles to provide different vantage points for how they wanted the world to see, quote unquote, humanity. I've gotten to a point where I'm done accepting that as a conversation that we have for looking at anatomy, looking at biology, looking at botany. Why am I sharing this? I'm sharing this because we need to have a completely different pedagogy to health and wellness. And I'm curious at this point to ask our attendees, those that are listening, what they think, how they think we should be looking at botany, anatomy, alchemy, chemistry, music therapy, therapy in general, counseling, um, 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 food, the culinary arts, is important for us to do that. You know, let me just throw some shade or highlight something. So, you know, hold on, let me just be specific. Throwing shade is like an undertone, sly way of not directly saying something. I don't want to throw shade. I want to highlight. Italian food is pasta, meat, and bread, because in that region, I guess that's all they had. Island food, Caribbean food, African food, there's a bunch of herbs, spices, fruits, veggies. There's a lot going on. So let's think about medicine. Let's think about herbs. Let's think about how many things our people in an indigenous context had to use as medicine. Where is our thinking, our energy, our focus, our approach, our pedagogy, our practice, our application of our science? So, Michelle, would you be interested in jumping in and saying some of what you're throwing in the chat? Because, you know, I would agree with the things that you're saying.
Oh, did you ask me a question of saying where we should start?
Hey, look, you know,
Yes.
I see you saying it. I want to hear you say it.
Yes, I think the origins and most of the hypotheses that the Americans and the Europeans use comes from Egypt, Africa, the indigenous people, the original chemists, the original healers. And we should start from not the shores of America, but like before where we came from.
You know, I agree with that. You know, I agree with that. And have you found any things in your own personal journeys and personal studies that have like enlightened you and illuminated you inside of your spirit, where you've become more inclined and attuned to indigenous practices of health, medicine, wellness, food, culinary arts, ritual, so on and so forth?
Well, yes, I've noticed that like with my asthma and with like eczema and other like diseases that I've had, that when I try natural medicine, but like real natural medicine from the motherland, like what indigenous people used to use, works better for me. Like with the diet, like a lot of things we're not supposed to be eating and we're eating, that's not natural to us. And I find that when I cut out a lot of those things, you know, it got rid of my asthma. Like the doctors just wanted to give me more drugs, more pills. But when I, you know, did a test of my allergies, I found out there's foods that I'm not supposed to be eating that I have been eating, is what's causing this. I mean, my body's revolting from things that I'm putting in that are poisoning me. That's supposed to be healthy, but it's not. And then when you go to the doctor, like a lot of Western doctors, not all, they come from a treating instead of a preventable a space that I find.
Mm-hmm. You know, let me just get real hotepi, as they say, right quick, you feel me? The word treat is really a trick. So when we talk about Halloween and having trick, you know, having a treat in a sense, we treat the disease. I don't know why we won't want to treat the disease. Why would we want to treat the disease? Why would we want to give the disease a treat? And it seems like not just the medicine, but the language is very convoluted in a specific way. And I'm only adding to what you're saying when speaking about how medicine is applied in this Western context. Because now that means that in order for us to really engage health and wellness, we need to see it in a specific institutionalized way because of how medicine is actually done. Doctors only treat the illness. They don't necessarily
cure it. They don't go to the origins to find out what caused it.
They don't do that.
Right. They just give you more medicine, and then you have side effects to even give you more medicine on top of that.
Because they're continuing to treat the illness.
Exactly.
Yup. And then they don't even treat the illness, actually.
No,
They just
the
see,
symptoms of the illness.
come on now. Let's come on now. We got the little one in the
Yes.
back. Hey, little one.
Yes.
You know, in the conversation. Honestly, it seems like having these conversations make people uncomfortable. It seems like having these conversations in the public arena make people uncomfortable, and it's very important that if we're going to be about it, we are about it. It's very important that we don't just continue to have conversations about it in these arenas, but we actually say to ourselves, I'm done with CVS. I'm done with Rite Aid. I'm done with Walgreens. Like I might pull up to get some Vicks or some Vaseline. You feel me? But when it comes to you prescribing me X, Y, and Z, let me just go to the community garden and get some lavender, get some turmeric. Let me get, X, Y, and Z so that I can do what I need to do.
And garlic.
No, for real, like.
And ginger, all that stuff. However, Western medicine is necessary, like as a last resort, like if you do need it, like for emergency to save your life. But I do think we need to check our diets and go back and like do our research and be detectives and, start from a preventative and see what we're doing to cause these things. And sometimes it could even be like having toxic people in your life could cause a lot of stuff, could cause like high blood pressure, all that thing. Like or when you force yourself to do a job you don't really want to do, all that stuff causes illness.
When we're really taking a hard look at Western medicine and the preventable diseases and illnesses and medicines that have been created and are often prescribed that actually help you in a time of crisis and emergency. There's so many things that we can understand and consider with the innovation of medicine that needs to come from an Afrofuturistic perspective, because on one hand, there are so many things that we have done as a society that are pertinent to our health and wellness that are necessary. And sometimes you need to accept those things for whatever medical treatment that may be necessary to save your life. Then at the same time, there's this big trust issue in this relationship with actually being as healthy and as natural as possible, to the point where we know, or I can say that I believe I know this, but I believe that we haven't explored all of what Mother Nature actually has to offer to ever think that everything that she does have to offer cannot treat all of the things that may be illnesses and diseases. But this really gets to a larger point, and that's that the licensure, and this is why I keep speaking to legislative jurisdiction, the licensure to practice medicine in the United States would never allow for you to study nature and utilize nature in a specific way. Like Dr. Sebi's title is a people title. The doctor title on his name has been given to him by the people. It wasn't given to him by the institutions. It was given to him by the people, because the institutions would never validate that kind of study. And so this is an education and health and wellness, I guess, topic point to actually say, how do we actually validate our own practitioners of medicine so that they are not only those that we go to and seek for our health and our healing, but we're able to create institutions around our pedagogy, schools around our pedagogy, certifications and validating licensures around our pedagogy, practices and offices and clinics around our pedagogy, botany and botanically deriving from the ground to create medicines and medicinal remedies from our pedagogy. And what work are we willing to do to provide sanctuary around our many George Washington carvers so that they can come up with better ways that we can heal ourselves from an African and indigenous
Right.
Thank you.
Because
Thank you,
even
Michelle.
if you're a homeopath, like before the 70s, you were able to get a doctorate in Chinese medicine or an herbalist and that kind of stuff. And that stopped after the 70s because it was competing too much with Western doctors. But so like now you could only get like a master's degree, I believe, in that.
Master's degree from them.
Right.
You know, a master's degree from them. Because the truth is, I can start my own school.
Right.
And we could go to it and we could create our own businesses that accept a degree from our own schools. That's the truth.
Right.
I could easily build a business and somebody could have a doctorate degree from Harvard and I say, I don't recognize Harvard University. I could do that as a business if I wanted to. I could do that as a company if I wanted to. However, are we willing to have the audacity to do that for our own principles and practices? Like, honestly.
Yeah, we need to, because it's our lives. Like, we need to be our own advocate. Just because, like you said, just because somebody has a degree doesn't mean they're the be all and end all. When it comes to attorneys, doctors, like every kind of professional, you know yourself and your body, your situation the best. And you need to advocate for yourself all the time, and especially for your children. And just because somebody has a fancy title, you can't, lay your hands and your life in their hands. You have to be vigilant and you have to do the work as well.
We gotta do that as well. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. All right, so come back in. Sister McKemba, yes.
Thank you so very much. And Sister Michelle, everything that you all have said, I absolutely agree with. And I also want to start out, and I've been on this journey a while. I did not realize at the time when I began my health journey that it was going to really bolster and support my demand for African liberation. I didn't realize it was going to lead to that at all. But what happened some years ago, when I just began trying certain things, because my complexion had broken out so badly and I was so desperate, I would have tried anything at that point. And so my philosophy always was, well, I'll try natural things, food stuff, because I'll never experiment with medication because, that's risky. And so beginning with that process just took me on an incredible journey, which brings me back to Africa and which brings me back to understanding that there's a completely different system of healing. I was able to learn about various modalities that work with energy, and what you were just talking about, Newton. I'm like, yeah, that we need to. It's killing us. It's killing us. And I'll just say this real quickly about their concept of science, and I've begun to speak even more passionately about this than I have before, because it is so painful. It's just a painful, very violent way that they practice medicine. And I know that I know medical choices are so personal, and I know that our people are doing the best that they can. So this should not be perceived at all as an attack on anyone. I've been there myself when I didn't know something, and I had to rely on them. But I want to challenge us to, first of all, really go after them with what they define as science, because I don't think there was ever a time in the history of the world where these Eurocentric and European doctors sat down in a collaborative way with indigenous people, whether it be in the Americas or in Africa, and sat down in a collaborative way where everybody was on an equal footing and said, let's really compare these practices to see which one works best. I don't think they ever did that. Their way of science came at us with the barrel of a gun. They degraded our people over here. We didn't willingly choose this way. So I'm really tired personally of hearing people trying to come at me with that Eurocentric concept of what I call Frankenstein. So I think we should challenge them on that. I completely support what you were saying. It did not come that way. You can't produce any, if they can't produce any records where they literally sat down and talked with our people and did what they call experiments, I'm not interested in hearing what they call science. But also to just learn that with my own life, with how I live it, that there is just a better way. And I think one of the terms that I've come across in some of my studies is the word medical pluralism. And I think that that's a concept that we should begin to put out there and politicize more, to get people to understand that there are different systems within what they want to call medicine. And I certainly think that we should have access to both of them, which we don't. I had found myself in the emergency room with other people trying to support them. The only thing that was offered to me was a very brutal way of what they call medicine. I couldn't say to them then, oh, I would like to speak to a naturopathic doctor or a doctor who practices traditional African medicine. That was not offered to me. And the result of that was devastating because they put forward a very brutal system of what they call medicine, which takes away people's humanity. And, so we have to really challenge that. And I would just urge all of our people, some things that we can do today is to just come to the realization about the importance of nutrition. Just incorporate that. Begin with that.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. Peace and love, Dr. Greg Carr. Peace and love. We've been having a really robust conversation about now health and wellness, speaking about pedagogy and, what is actually indigenous science versus not, how we've gone from pseudoscientists and eugenicists being the foundational developers of the medical institutions that have evolved to be the leading medical institutions for how we look at botany and anatomy and all those different things, and how unfair that is to us. And you know what that does when we start talking about that. So I just wanted to catch you up to where we are. And I see Naomi. Thank you. Thanks very much. I agree. Thank you, Naomi. Well, so peace and love, Dr. Carr.
Peace and love. Peace and love. I apologize. I've been running into all these different other meetings, so I wanted to make sure I got in before the end of today's session. So I'm just sitting here being a student, listening and learning. Yes, and I'm glad we're centering wellness this afternoon, rather. So wonderful. Glad to be with you, Brother Rayshaun, and everyone.
Yes, sir. We have all the folks in the attendees list. You being one of our illustrious panelists, have the panelist link. And so we're having folks come in and out as they may bring up conversation points and questions, either in the Q&A or the chat. And just to continue right from where we are, where we were, are we willing and able to create our own methods and standards and approaches and practices to medicine that we are going to uphold as true, that we are going to validate? Cannabis and sea moss tea is very nutritious. I want to say something about this little cannabis thing, which is actually going to take me to criminal punishment. It's beyond me that we're having such a robust conversation around how cannabis now is an industry. We got so many folks in prison for it. It's like a blatant, it's so much to say about it. It's like, what is there to really say about it? Exonerate, rehabilitate, and expunge immediately. Anybody who has been in prison for the use or selling of marijuana, it is our original medicine. Yes, it is, because this plant is what? You get hemp, you get rope, you got concrete, you get so many things from this one particular plant. I do think that it should be an effort. It should be a major focus that we exonerate, rehabilitate, and expunge the records of any of those individuals that have participated in the commercial exchange, growing, consumption, whatever, of marijuana. At this point, it's unfair, and it's almost unbelievable that white people, so many people, can create billions of dollars of industry around this thing without having trillions of dollars of reparations, if not billions, for those that they have imprisoned, the lives that have been taken, the families that have been destroyed in this war on crime and war on drugs, war on poverty time period. Just completely unfair. And one of the questions is, can we send the membership link to Brother Smalls Yes, we can. We should have some. Done. And
text and email.
Carol Walker, I don't know if you have your hand in for that specific purpose to ask that question, but I'm having you come in the queue anyway so that you can speak truth to power. Okay. Was that it, Miss Carol Walker?
Yes. Okay.
Got it. Okay. So health and wellness being one of the 5 injury areas, one of the things that I really want to say and speak to is, you know, it's unfair that we don't think about our it's unfair that we don't think about all of the ways that our people have been, you know, uprooted from who they are and made to believe all of who they're not to be the truth. And when speaking about some of the things that I work on and like to think about from time to time, many of children in our communities have never been given the opportunity because of this failed education system or miseducation system for them to reach their highest potential. And so when thinking about health and wellness, there's our physical health, and then there is our psycho-emotional health that we really need to consider. And so the dynamic function of all of our injury areas are going to show a lot of cross and a lot of intersection. And it's really up to us to see where these intersections meet. So if we're going to have a conversation about mental health, for example, what kind of mental health services can be provided in academia and education? What types of mental health services can be provided in education and academia, really? How do we need to rethink about schools and shape our schools so that they honor our children's ability to thrive and be successful beyond the measure? Is it the fact that our children are taught that their history starts at slavery? Does that stop their brain's actual ability in a sense, to actually see themselves as greater, as more than opposed to less than? I'm gonna talk about an elephant that may be in the corner of the room, but images of white Jesus being in so many of our churches in a specific way. Yeah, it's a touchy subject, but let's touch the subject, because if we were to think about, you know, our relationship with God or our relationship with the higher power, does that infringe upon or diminish our ability to be as healthy as we can be, as well as we can be? I just want us to address these things because Blackness is not a monolith, as I have been saying. And there's work that we have to do as a group, as an organization, as a coalition. And then there's work that we need to do outside of this coalition in our direct friend groups and our families to actually raise these conversations and raise these topics to say, in the best way possible, maybe that isn't the best thing. Maybe you should throw some, maybe I should put you onto this shea butter instead of that lotion. Thank you, Michelle. Maybe I should put you onto these images of the prophets opposed to these. Maybe I should put you onto these television shows opposed to these current ones, or these current these available ones that you may have access to. Maybe I should introduce you to a little more Earth, Wind, and Fire, or, you know, X, Y, and Z kind of music, so that you can be hip to what it feels like to have these vibrations in your life. I want to say this. It might be an actual, I don't want to go as far as to say it's a crime against humanity, but there's definitely something to think about, having the kind of music be played for Black folk. I know we talked, if ever you hear a radio DJ talk about when they've ever challenged the executives, like, well, is it okay for white people to make music about killing white people and play it before white people? The music execs kind of just look at them. They don't even say anything. I always hear stories of how they just look like it's not even English. When folks ask that question, it's like they don't even know how to respond to it because it's so far from their reality. They don't have words to address it. But when it comes to Black folks and they ask them, like, is this okay? They're like, yeah, I have no idea. Like, what's the problem? And so there's another thing. Our media platforms and our media sources Is there something to be said about that? Can anyone name a Black hospital in their community? You know, it's so funny that there's a lot of like Black clinics and Black medical service businesses and companies that I see that are just like, you know, not alive anymore in some of these like very integral, very like important parts of my community here in Philadelphia. And why is that? You know, I'm a young bull in comparison to y'all. So I'm a young, you know, I'm young in comparison to y'all. So I always hear these stories about how there was a doctor on the block, and there was a dentist on the block, and there was the plumber on the block. And I don't feel none of that energy on the block. So maybe y'all can give me some context to what happened. Of course, historically and academically, I know what happened, but maybe y'all can give me some personal context to what happened. Victor, would you like to speak more to that point about our medical institutions, doctors in our communities, and how we can support that in a specific way so that we can have a more robust health and wellness system for our people and ourselves?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Jumbo again. I'm listening to this dialogue and this thread. I remember when I wanted to go into to be a Black doctor, and I was studying. In fact, I went to Morgan State with the idea of going to FIS afterwards. But I was into more of the preventive style of medicine. Why wait till somebody gets sick before you want to deal with them? And we remembered, and I remembered that, you know, preventive medicine was not well received back then. Stopping people from getting sick should be the most, the emphasis. But it seems like, okay, I'll wait till you do enough in your life and your lifestyle to make you get sick, and then practice, you know, medicine afterwards. That seems to be kind of backwards for me. And that's why I kind of like, I got disenchanted, so I kind of switched my careers. We are at that point now where we're letting Western medicine decide afterwards, you know, what to do. And the pharmaceuticals, if we're talking about drugs in the earlier conversation, pharmaceutical companies are the biggest drug dealers in the world.
Talk about it.
You know, I worked at Lafayette Mental Health Clinic, and I remember when one of the neighborhood guys came to the clinic, and I saw him, and he thought I was, you know, on the psych ward with him, and I said, no, I'm a worker here. And he was saying, okay, I'm hiding out. I did something dumb in the community, so I'm hiding out in this mental clinic. And sure enough, the next day, he came in under suicide watch. So the next day when I came to work to the clinic, he didn't recognize me because he had put on some drugs. They had put him on, you know, the suicide drug treatment, and he didn't remember me at all. And that's what we're looking at, you know, trying to do the medicine after the fact. So when it comes to Western medicine, we have to really look at that and look at what they're actually doing and how they actually practice, you know, malpractice, I would say. The whole medical treatment kind of ideology. Pharmaceuticals, pharmacies. I mean, if you're talking about, you know, drug dealers and drugs being bad, I mean, if nothing else, we should prosecute them. But I will say this before I stop. If you notice during the COVID vaccine phenomenon, one of the things they put on there is that, okay, we're going to give you this vaccine, and but guess what? If something goes wrong, you cannot sue. You cannot hold the pharmaceutical company that manufactured the vaccine responsible for any negativity of their product. So that right there should tell us something of how they look at what medicine is and how it's being used in America.
Now, first of all, that's big facts. Second of all, everything about Western medicine is backwards. If this wasn't a formal convention, I would say that it's something else backwards. And I'm gonna say this again. This is the reason why I keep getting into this legislative jurisdiction, because in order for you to have a licensure, in order to perform medicine, you have to go through this current institution's system. If we want to think about reparatory justice for our people, we do medicine differently. I'm going to say it again. I'm one of those Black people that knows we do medicine differently. I'm one of those Black people that is never going to say that we are all the same, because we are not. We are just not the same. We're just not the same. It's just too much in front of your face without you having to go under a microscope to see how African people and indigenous people of the diaspora are not the same. And so I'm gonna bring it back to Italian food versus African and Caribbean food. It ain't the same. The resources are different. The plants are different. The thousands of years of eating specific foods and the genetic, epigenetic memory, biological memory of what the foods do for us is different. There's so many things that are different, but under this Western medicine guise of seeing things, the weather is different. The relationship to nature is different. How our tonal vibrational speaking patterns bring up certain energy in the actual earth for food to come alive. If you want to even speak the metaphysics, all of that is different. And so it's completely unfair for, I see that y'all are coming back, all of these elders, y'all just look powerful. The way that y'all just coming in, y'all look like when the Power Rangers light came down, and that's what I feel right now. I'm getting chills from y'all just coming back to the room while we having this conversation. I just want to address y'all. Thank y'all. However, I just want to continue to reiterate that all of these things have created all of these differences that have had thousands of years of working for us and on us. So in one instance is completely unfair, but when we think about repairing ourselves, what are we repairing ourselves to? These studies, in my personal belief, require that we get real informed about our ethnic, tribal, and cultural nuances as a people. Because if we do so, then we'll be able to say, these groups of people who lived in these areas ate these things and used these things for their medicine. Therefore, we may, as our own people and our own sciences, create classes, courses, seminars, workshops, and schools that are going to study medicine with these specific indigenous practices and indigenous roots, which then means that under our own jurisdiction, we can provide licensures and certifications to our own people to practice medicine as we see fit. Are we willing to do that? Is that the kind of conversation that we want to have when speaking about reparations? Because just as much as we accept the ways that medicine is done in the Western context, are we willing to accept the way that medicine is done in an indigenous context? And I just want to bring that up again, because this is a part of the work that we need to do, that we need to think about, and that we really need to consider when moving forward. So since everybody is coming back from the general meeting, you know, I would love for us to begin to transition into our closing remarks, do a little recap of the day, of the days. If anybody would like to speak on behalf of the days, I welcome you to do so. And I really want to close this out, this general discussion portion out, so that we could transition into our closing remarks and get ready to do the rest of this work. By saying that we talked about so much, and we've, in our mind's eye, implemented so many changes. One of the questions that I had is, on the ground, are we willing and able to do this work, as challenging as it may be, as robust as it may be, as thrilling and exciting as it may be? I am really happy and proud of all of the work that we have done. I think that we've had an amazing conversation about many things where we've challenged history. We've challenged our own perspectives. We've really grown to know that there's so many more things that we need to study and get a nice grasp of when understanding the history of so many things that have resulted to us being in this current circumstance and situation that we are in today. Are we willing and able to, as a coalition, bring our partners, bring our collaborators, bring our supporters together in a formal way, in a functional way, in a progressive way, so that we can just implement some of the solutions that we have come up with and create perimeters, sanctuary for us to continue to do the work. What types of international relationships do we need to sustain and establish? Do we need to maintain and grow? Do we need to recreate in order for us to have better relationships and more robust systems for us to do things our way? And the world knows that we are the true and original people. So once we begin to stand on that and walk on that and just do things without seeking the comfort and camaraderie of others, if we are able to be comfortable and harmonious with ourselves, then we'll honestly see that folks have been waiting for us to step into this light anyway, because it seems to me that all of the innovation, most of the innovation that comes from us is to humanity. So once we begin to take that approach to life in that way, we know that the world is going to see so much of a benefit from our benevolence. And I know that they're waiting on us. We're waiting on ourselves. It's time for us to wait no longer. So with that being said, I would actually really like to ask, which they may not necessarily have been ready for or prepared for. I would like to ask our co-chairs, Queen Mother Mashariki, and our co-chair, Brother Cam Howard, to just give us give us the vibe. Tell us how things are going. Tell us how you feel. Tell us what's planned for NCOBRA's future. Allow me as a young person to really gain an understanding of what my role needs to be. And I also would like to make sure that we get a contextual understanding of the things that we need to do moving forward, as not just an organization and not just as a coalition, but as a people. So before I do that, I want to make sure that everyone has received this survey, which is a questionnaire that really just gets us to dive deeper into.
No, there's a young man.
Really allows us to dive deeper into the conversation of reparations, which I'm going to send to everybody. I'm going to send to everybody right now. In this, in this questionnaire, it really just asks what your thoughts are on reparations without making any assumptions. Very important that we ask these questions without making any assumptions, because as I've been saying since the beginning, Blackness is not a monolith, and we will not treat it as such. Please take the time to save that link. You may not necessarily be able to answer it right now, but you will be able to answer it in the future, so that as you have it, you're able to really ask yourself, like, I never really thought of this. And so, we've had our conversation, we've had our group meeting, and now I would really love to bring up our co-chairs to bring us into the future of our organization.
Greetings, Brother Rayshaun, and thank you. And what I'm hearing from Queen Mother Mashariki is that before the co-chairs make a statement, if we choose to, that we'll bring up Professor Smalls and allow our dear professor to speak to us as a unit.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is it that you want me to speak about? I listened, Rayshaun. I was on with you for almost an hour. And I was listening to a very deep discussion. And one of the beautiful things that came out of the discussion that I heard was there's a need to always know history. I'm not going to get into what the acronym of the word, whether it's his history or whatever history is history. And if you don't know your history, you're going to be caught up in his mystery. And what I mean by my history, I'm talking about the story of African peoples from African peoples, telling their own stories about their own circumstances. And to really make the case for reparations, you do have to have documents, you do have to have data, and there's a lot of nuances, because someone who's making a case against the government of the United States may not be able to be enjoined in that case by someone who's making a case against Britain. How do we work to bring all these pieces together? You know, the island of Jamaica, how will they present their case? And what entity they're going to present their case to? And this is part of the work people have been doing for years. And I don't think that discussion is, as I've heard on many of the talk from the young people lately, should be cause for any division. It is a complex issue when you're talking about all these institutions that have to pay for what the crime they committed and is still committing. It isn't like the crime stopped at some point and we can point to that date. The crime is still being committed. And for us to bring them into some adjudicating situation, we have to discuss that too. Who are we going to bring them before? Before themselves, you know, before the UN, before the World Court in Geneva, before the courts in Washington or New York. So all of that is a part of our discussions, and I think all those discussions are worth having.
Baba
History-
Smalls,
Uh-huh.
if you don't mind also sharing with us some forward movement on unity, and please forgive the confusion that has happened today. I'll take full responsibilities for that.
Oh, no, don't worry about that.
Okay.
And I'm working towards unity. You have to lay your groundwork.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Asante Sana.
Yeah, and one of the things we've got to be careful about, and Obati Shaka wrote about this generation gap. See, there's no generation gap in the Black community. There may be one in the white community, but if we think there's one in our community, we're under illusions. We need to find out how all of the elements of the community, of the family, work together. The family have elders. The family have middle members, and the family have its youth. How do you get all of those elements that have different bodies of information, different ways of acquiring information, different kinds of technology to work together? That's always been our weakness over the decades, especially in this organization, and most of the others, NBUP and others that we saw during the time, the Republic of New Africa. How do we work together, bringing new information, new technology, new scientists? And that's what the youngsters, the younger elements of our communities. I remember the day I was the new scientist. We came with the new technology and the new information. There's newer technology since our day as youth. There's newer information and better access to get to them. So the big thing is, when we talk about uniting the reparations movement, we first have to have respect for all elements of the movement. You can't go forward with anything without respect. There are organizations that are not in NCOBRA, never been a part of NCOBRA, but have worked on reparations. And so we have to seek dialogue with those organizations. There's organizations that are not in NCOBRA that have gathered data and information that we may not have. And we need to try and acquire that data and information. And I know NCOBRA has gone a long way. And I was listening to Rayshaun and some of the other brothers and sisters, brothers really this morning or this afternoon. And there's all kinds of categories of skill sets that we need to bring to the table in order to gather information, to analyze information, to study history, to study the legalisms. We have to be comfortable bringing all the pieces together. And we also have to be comfortable with not agreeing on everything at the same time. And this is very important, because when you come to a table with information, we have different information, different types of information from different sources, until we put it all on the table and come with some of those who can analyze that, we don't even know what we've got on the table. You know, it may look like you have it all and you may only have a small piece, or it may look like you have a small piece and you have all you need. You just have to really analyze it, gather it, work, and do the research necessary to follow up. But the key thing in this movement, and it's a big movement, just in North America alone, we're nearly 80 million people. We got thousands of organizations doing different kinds of work. On the continent of Africa, we got 1,370-something million people, 54 or what, 54, 53 very artificial states, not even connected linguistically in most cases. In the Caribbean, we've got a similar situation. In Central South America, we got a similar situation. And then we've got the modern diaspora scattered all through Europe and all the European states. And we're talking really about close to 2.5 billion people, with about 40% of them being below the age of 25. And so we have to take that into account. There's a new technology, like we saw today, the little niche and glitch we've had with technology. And I was on a Zoom earlier, but we had all kinds of glitches with technology. Some days I can do 4 or 5 Zoom and everything is sweet. Some days you're working with others who don't know the system as well. And so we have to learn to be patient. We have to learn to be tolerant. We have to learn to be respectful of differences. And we have to always learn to respect elders, whether they got PhDs, like me, a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree and I have honorary doctorate degrees, and I taught at universities. But the only degree that I find most valuable is the degree I earned in 50-something years of working in the Black community, because all kinds of knowledge form my consciousness as a result of that. And so we have to learn to follow an African dictum. Even if that elder is a junkie on the corner, he's got some information that can be useful to you. You know, whether he's a millionaire with 3 PhDs and a doctorate degree, he has, and is totally unconscious of his African personality, he still has some information that would be valuable to you. And we know this is true because we use hundreds of books written by Europeans to get information every day and consider them the most profoundest of his enemy over history. So we have to learn that the first thing that makes Africa, Africa, and I'm going beyond the boundaries of the geographical space, is the family as the foundation of our civilizations. Well, having a family requires having a set of behavioral rules that bond people together. And even in a single household, the difference can be as profound as in any organization. And so we have to learn to mitigate those differences for the sake of the family's cohesion and growth. And so when we talk about the question of unity, with those in the Caribbean who's fighting around reparations, we have those in the UK and other European countries, Germany and others launching and have for some time the issue of reparations. We've had, you know, going all the way back to the main conferences back in the 80s and coming out of Nigeria under Abiola, pushing for reparations. And then we've had the NCOBRA movement, and even before NCOBRA, Queen Mother Moore, and going all the way back to the Gavi movement, this issue of reparations have been a part of our struggle. And so I think the biggest thing for us to figure out how to function as a family unit with respect, and learning not to condemn those who don't know because they don't know. Because if the people knew, we wouldn't have to be having this webinar, okay? Part of why we have webinars and lectures and study groups is because we're aware that the mass of our people don't have the information that the handful of us have. And it is our duty to disseminate that information in the best possible way for the best possible use. And so that depends on a unity of purpose. Because to be African doesn't have a boundary. It doesn't have a skin tone. It doesn't have a language system. It is a totality of our people, wherever we are. And we've been at war, and I've heard, and I was glad to hear Brother Williams earlier talking about how we need to reference back, because I thought I was one of the few people I know would go back to the invasion of the Romans and the invasion of the Greek. The war hasn't stopped since those days. We've been literally at war since we met the Assyrians and the Persians and the Greeks and the Romans and the Visigoths and so forth, and the Turks and the Arabs and all of their varied manifestation of Seljuk and Mamelukes and whatever. And then we met the French, and then the British, and then the Portuguese and the Spanish. But we've been at war in an unbroken chain for nearly 3,000 plus years. And what we are discussing is the results of that war. The reparations isn't just due to Africa and Africans because of the transatlantic slave trade. That's the last major episode in the war and the atrocities and the crimes committed against our people. But the ones that we can clearly historically validate and then hopefully adjudicate and get some kind of reparating and repair for is probably what has happened in the last I would go to the last 1,000 years, because I certainly don't want to let the Arab, Muslim, Turkish world off the hook for the 1,500 years of slavery and having the institution. The Portuguese tapped in an institution that was already there. The British tapped into an institution already there. And I don't want to let that institution off the hook. And we operate with them like we're in a brothership, when we've never been in a brotherhood with that element of the world. So the biggest question is, how do we unite ourselves, those of us who have the audacity to raise the question about reparations? And it must start with respect for one another, respect for the differing organizations, respect for the differing view. And a lot of that respect will derive from our understanding of history and us having the tolerance to listen to other point of views who have looked at the very same history, but may see what we don't see, because we're going to miss a lot of things. None of us going to see all of the things. And then we have a generation who's steeped in a new kind of technology and a way of using that technology to gather information and do analysis that many in my generation don't have. You know, because I'm rocking 76. But there's a lot of skills, even though I try to keep up with the skills, there's a lot of skills I don't have in terms of gathering information, analyzing information, using all of the social media tools that's available to us. And those who have those skills must realize their first responsibility is to help those of us who don't have those skills become as literate as possible, so we can have as harmonious relationship as possible in carrying forth this struggle. Because reparations, I hear people like to say, it's not about the money. Yes, it's about the money as much as it's about anything else. It's just that it's not only about the money, you know, it's about the psychological repair. It's about the emotional repair. It's about the spiritual repair. It's about the restoration of land. It's about the cultural restoration and integrity and repair. It's about the sacred science of what you call spirituality institutions repair. And these are the things we've got to study and say, okay, we need to reestablish certain things. You tore it down, you got to help me build it back. You ripped it apart, you got to help me put it together. But we have to know what was torn down and what was ripped apart. And that's a part of the research we have to do. Because yes, if you give the money to someone who doesn't know what to do with it, you give it back to the enemy. And we've done that on many occasions. You know, the struggle on reparations has been a long one. And it is not new with our generation or new to this century. People were struggling on reparations the minute 1865 hit. And certain individuals won their individual private cases. But this is a long struggle, but it's a universal struggle. We can't say the brothers and sisters from the continent isn't a part of this struggle, or the brothers and sisters from the Caribbean isn't a part of the struggle. But we do have to look at the nuances that are represented by the location and the institutions we're struggling against. But that comes with having respect for self. respect for the race. When we say we're African, whether we say New African, African, African American, Nigerian, or Ghanaian, we all know we mean the same thing. So let's stop playing with all these words. I see also in a lot of the discussion, oh, I'm an Aborigine. Well, hell, we're the Aborigine everywhere on the planet Earth. Ain't nobody been any place before we were there first. And of course, we know that we were here in North America too. But because we were here in North America, that's not any reason to negate that the slave trade took place. You know, sometimes we have crazy discussions to rationalize why we won't take on the responsibility of fighting this enemy. And then the other thing I heard the brothers discussing earlier today, where the whites said, well, and I heard this white guy on TV trying to make a case for it. I didn't do it. I wasn't born then. No, but all of the opportunities and the wealth that you've garnered in your lifetime came from what your ancestors did, whether they had migrated to America yet or not. Because most of the whites who hold claim to America didn't migrate to this country family-wise until after 1865, you know, but they were all recipients. Europe was one of the biggest recipients of the crime of genocide of slavery in North America. You know, it wasn't like this thing just happened on the continent of North America. No, you were the recipient. You were getting all of this cotton. You were getting the rice. You were getting the tobacco. You were getting the rum. You were sending the tools of my enslavement. You financed my enslavement, and you built London from it, and you built Paris from it, and you built all these cities. You gloat about how great your civilization is from my labor in the fields of the Caribbean and the United States and Canada. And so there's no way you can exempt yourself unless you're going to give back everything you've claimed in the last 400 years, maybe 500 years, that you've profited from my enslavement. So the fundamental question is, what is the damage done to us that we need repaired? We have to establish that. What is the longevity of that damage? What is it going to take to repair that damage on all the levels, economically, politically, culturally, socially, monetarily, all of those things. That's what the reparations organization like NCOBRA and the others that we need to find partnership with must really be clear about at the end of the day. And the biggest thing is no one has a primacy on saying, I'm the only one fighting for reparations. That's never been true. Or I'm fighting for it better than anybody else. That's never been true. Even though you do have an organization that should be the primary base of operation, but you arrive at that through relationships with other organizations that would feed information and other data into the major organization, who should then have the technocrats necessary to do the research and the analysis and come up with the conclusions we are looking for based on that research and analysis. Unity is key, but unity comes from self-respect and self-knowledge and self-understanding. And that's something that history allows us to arrive at. And though history seems so mundane to so many, if you don't know what happened, your conversation is moot. If you don't know how it happened, who precipitated it? Like I thought the brother did a very good job earlier in discussing that issue of we sold ourselves. I wanted to commend you, but I couldn't get a voice and I didn't know how to say it. I don't use the chat as well, you know. But I thought you resolved that very nicely. And I think there was another brother, I forgot his name, who was talking to you on that, because you hear that question all the time. And we've seen people apologize, but we understand what the military dominance of Europe has been, but we also understand that there's been a system in place for hundreds of years. And I think one thing, Brother Williams, you had talked about the war and the longevity of that war and the back and forth of that war and the response to that war that we've been engaged with the people from the North, who we now call white or Europeans. Back then we had other names for them. But we must understand that war and the consequences thus far of that war, because this is the same war. This is a continuation of the same war. And it has a lot of complexities. And I'll end with just describing one. when the British came to Ghana, the Fanti was having a major war situation with the Ashanti. And the Fanti didn't intend to sell any Ashantis into slavery. The Fanti was looking for an ally to help them defeat the Ashanti. And of course, the British were shrewd enough to place them in place with their weaponry to be that ally. Okay. And so then the British and the Ashanti joined together to fight, meaning the Fanti joined together to fight the Fanti. And many Ashanti prisoners end up being in the transatlantic slave trade as a result of that. But it wasn't because of any intent on the part of any chief or anybody to sell their own people. There was a war situation that had a lot of complexities to it. And there was other such situation along that West Coast particularly. So let's come to the question of how do we unite this reparations movement? And like, again, it starts with respect for the different elements. NCOBRA does have a sense of primacy because it started out with an intent to do just this, to be an organization dealing with reparations. It led the pack. Others were dealing with the voting issues, others was dealing with the economic and the urban center issues, others were dealing with establishing land bases in the South. But NCOBRA, I remember the first meeting I went to, I think it was in Philly, was about dealing with the reparations issue. In that sense, the longevity of this organization, having that as its primary intent, does give it a certain kind of credibility that other organizations don't have around this issue. And you should have a lot of data which needs to be gathered from all the meetings and all the workshops and all the minutes over the years that need to be studied and analyzed, because sometimes we look for things we already have. We look for resolutions we had already reached. And so in that regards, I think the question of respect for other organizations who may raise the issue, respect for our youth who come with a new understanding and a new technology, and from the youth side, a respect for the elders who have toiled with whatever technology they had of their day to bring us to where we're at. And those elements come together as just respect for the race and respect for the family would be at the foundation for making an organization of this type with this kind of intent a successful mission. That's my message.
Satisana, Dr. Smalls. I greatly appreciate that. Brother Rayshaun, did you want the co-chairs to speak at this time?
I would love that. I would love that, absolutely.
So I just want to say how important it was to me to end, and I'll talk about some of the earlier part of the conference, but how important it was for me to hear the end of our conference with the wisdom of the elders, beginning with this morning with the Jeffries and Baba Bay and with Dr. Leonard Dunstan, who just finished before Dr. Smalls, and with Mama Joanne, and now with Dr. Smalls. I almost think that we should have started the conference with the elders, but certainly hearing this message of wisdom, of wisdom that is layered as a result of years and years of study, but also study from those who have gone before us. We couldn't have a reparations movement if we didn't have an re-Africanizing movement before it. We were fed by that. And that was one of the things that came out through all the talks by the elders today, was this notion of re-Africanizing and being African and repairing the African essence in us that was damaged through the transatlantic slave trade and enslavement. And so certainly we're going to move forward with that. But I want to just thank all of those who registered to this convention. What we try to do in all of our conventions is to motivate and educate ourselves on our primary mission, and that is to win reparations for our people. We had as our convention theme, reparations more than a check. We demand full reparations. And across the convention, from all of our speakers, you've heard, as Dr. Small says, what is it that we've been damaged from? And that's what we are fighting for. It's not just the check, but definitely, as Dr. Small says, the check is a part of it. And NCOBRA's always said compensation is a part. But for us, the healing of our entire people, that who we were. There was one author say, we came here as Africans, but out of enslavement, we were not African in our consciousness, in our identity. There were so many identities at that particular time that were imposed upon us, mostly that we were inferior. And that certainly was not how we came into this country and came into this particular hemisphere. And so that was a main part of this convention, is that reparations is more than a check. We demand full reparations. And our planners, Brother Kepra, who did a great job putting on the convention, him and Sister Violetta, and we can't give our hats off, take our hats off enough for Brother Rayshaun, one of our youngest and newest members of NCOBRA leadership, who led in the planning of the program. And it was a magnificent program. In the program, we heard from our legislative leader in this country at this particular time, in Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, who has been a magnificent champion in this political construct called the US government. A lot of us exist and fight outside of the government, and some of us don't want to have nothing to do with the government. But this government still controls the reality for over 40 million people of Africans in this country. And we have a leader in Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who's pushing this issue of reparations more forcefully than any other legislator since Reconstruction. And you have to go back to looking at your history and see how forceful this issue was pushed at one time in this country, but not since that time have we had a leader like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee on this particular issue. And we must rally behind that sister. And we heard from her, and we heard from our Legislative Commission Chair, Kenneth Henry, which laid out the strategy that we must do as a coalition, as a body, to move this legislation across the finish line, either through Congress or through the executive branch of government via an executive order from the president. We laid out strategy. All of us have to be ready and willing to move with that strategy, or this convention was not successful. And I think I know it was successful because I've been motivated to even step up my game as a result of what I've heard. We've heard from people who are moving on the local area. And what we said when Evanston's, Illinois' first victory, when they first approved the local reparations effort, was that the local effort would give us more energy in pushing the federal effort. And we've seen that happen, and we need to be more forceful in our own areas. Some of our areas, some of our members here, there's not anything going on with reparations in your area. You must do that. You must initiate that, because when you do, it is pushing the federal piece. And what I stated and what we stated is the same thing that Dr. Small stated, is if you're pushing local reparations, you have to build us a broad stakeholder group. And some of those people are not going to be in NCOBRA, and they're not going to like NCOBRA. But if it's going to be successful, we have to build that network. And as Dr. Small stated, it begins with respect. And we heard from a very powerful town hall session, town hall meeting with some new ideas in the movement, as well as some of our brothers and sisters who have been in the movement for quite some time. Some of the founders of NCOBRA, Sister Afia, Sister Nkichi, who are founders of NCOBRA, Mama Ajuatera, founders of NCOBRA, very strong voices in the movement. And we heard about the history of reparations and the history of HR 40. And so then we moved into another day where we heard from the youth, which was powerful. Powerful presentations from our brother Ben X, what the youth is ready and willing to do in this movement, that they're ready to contribute their skills, they're ready to contribute their energy, and we have to make this coalition look like and feel like a space where they want to get in and move, as our brother Rashad has done, and our sister Bree Moore, who's doing in Philadelphia. So we have a lot of work to do coalition-wise. As we stated, there'll probably be some resources that we can do more work on the regional level, on the commission level. But as Dr. Smalls also said, we do have a primacy in this movement. And I stated it at the beginning of the convention that we are second to none in longevity, second to none in consistency. We've never wavered. Even when some of our founders had to take a break, others still stepped up, stood up, and said, we're going to continue this because we need to be repaired. So we're second to none in consistency. We have never wavered from this issue of that crimes were committed against our people, crimes were committed, and we're still injured from those crimes, and this country must pay. And we assert that every person of African descent, no matter where they're at on the face of the earth, deserve the same repair that we deserve here in the United States. And so, excuse me, and I'm only going this long because Queen Mother said that she was wore out and she asked me to, so I'm trying to see what she probably would be saying as well. And so we heard from our youth. We know what we're doing. We heard from our commissions, we heard from our regions, we heard the work that we're doing. We know that more work has to be done. And we just ended today with a powerful, powerful lessons, instructions, inspiration from our elders. Those of us who laid the foundation for the work that we're doing. I could not be doing this work at 59 if it wasn't for the work that was done by the elders who stood up. And at some point in my life, something hit me and said, sit down and listen at their feet. And I did, and I'm here as a result. And I thank them, but then as they've shown, they're not through working, they're not through teaching, they're not through inspiring. And all of us sit and rest on their shoulders in the work that we're doing. And so I know Queen Mother's here. I'm just gonna say thank everyone who came out to the convention. And NCOBRA has a ton of work to do. We have not won. We're positioning ourselves to win. But also, as I stated throughout this convention, we have to position ourselves not only to win reparations, but to direct the resources so that as we fight for reparations, we also fighting for repair and being able to direct those resources, make sure we have the type of repair that Dr. Smalls, Drs. Jeffrey, Rosalind, and Leonard Jeffrey stated that is necessary for us as a people. And I know Queen Mother, you're here, so I'll allow you to say whatever else you would like to say. Thank everyone.
Yeah. Asante Sana, Brother Cam. I am wore out, but I would like to thank everyone who has been a part of this. As I stated the last couple of days, you could have been anywhere else. You chose to be here with us. And I hope you gained something. I'm like Cam, I have learned a lot. I have been energized. I have so much faith in our young people. And I want them to bring the energy, and I want to be here with the wisdom so that we can continue this work of our ancestors. And one of the words that Professor Small said that stuck with me is respect. You know, we really don't have to like each other, but we do need to respect those of us in this work and the work that we are doing. And so I hope everyone takes heed to the words that have been said. They're not just words that are out here. Internalize them and, decide if you're an organization, please join the coalition. If you don't belong to anything, please join NCOBRA. And in any case, please do what you can to push this work forward. Asante Sana.